upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya. Nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Good day, learners! Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Streaming live also via Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Or you can also watch us via Converge Cable TV Channel 100. It's a joyous day to be with you today, and I am excited to share with you a new lesson from Quarter 3, MELC 1, Examine Biases for or Against made by the author. Broadcasting live here in Camiling, Tarlac via remote live broadcast. This is teacher Rubilin G. Clemente, your English buddy for today. How are you today, grade 8 learners? I hope everything is going well. I am grateful that you are motivated to learn new things. So, without further ado, grab your self-learning modules, printed notes, learning activity sheet, paper and pen, and let's get this session started. For today's lesson, learners are expected to examine biases for or against made by the author. Before we begin our new lesson for today, let us have a short recap of your previous lesson. Last Tuesday, you determined the concept of bias, identified the author's bias in given statements, and recognized if the message of the author is for or against a certain issue. Bias means that a person prefers an idea and possibly doesn't give equal chance to a different idea. Aside from that, you also learned that bias can either be for or against a topic that the author made. I hope you can still remember this concept, for we will be needing them as we continue the lesson about examining biases. Before proceeding to the lesson, let us have this fast talk activity. This activity will help in assessing your prior knowledge of the lesson. Are you ready, learners? You may start with the fast talk now. Choose between two ideas: animals, places, persons, and objects. Choose the letter of the correct answer. Write your answer on a separate sheet of paper. If you are listening via Facebook page, you may type your answer in the comment section. All right, let's get started. Item number 1. Who is a better leader? A, someone who is loved, or B, someone who is feared? Write down your answers. Second, which household pet lives longer? A, cats, or B, dogs? Third item, which statement is true? A, first impression lasts, or B, last impression is more lasting? Next, number 4. Which is better? A, online class, or B, modular class? Last item. Who are smarter? A, kids, or B, adults? What made you choose your answers in the activity? Were your reasons based on facts or personal preferences? What factors come into play when you choose based on your personal preferences, such as experience, upbringing, trend, environment, culture, etc.? Do you agree that sometimes our preferences may lead us to being biased? You got it right. Well then, congratulations. I'm sure you're looking forward for today's class. Are you ready? Great. Prepare yourselves as we take a leap in the new journey of learning. Again, I am teacher Rubilin G. Clemente, your teacher broadcaster for today. For today's lesson, learners are expected to, first, identify the author's biases in given statements. Second, recognize if the message of the author is for or against a certain issue. And lastly, evaluate biases found in a text by determining the author's use of diction and evidences. Understanding these biases will help you examine unfair and baseless opinions made by some authors on a certain issue. Hence, the lesson will enable you to become critical and active readers that are able to discern and evaluate messages. Let's get it started, learners! Bias refers to an author's expression of his or her own opinion on a particular issue without examining and presenting enough evidences. In Filipino, the term bias means pagkiling o pagkampi. To be truly biased means to lock a neutral viewpoint on a topic. There are factors that may affect the author's thinking. First, personal belief. Second, culture. Third, attitude. Fourth, preferences. And lastly, their past experiences. For us to examine bias made by the author, let us compare biased writing from unbiased writing. Biased writings are considered as subjective statements. It focuses on one side. It is based on belief, view, or opinion. It is described as series of opinions. It can be found in news articles, blogs, and comments. On the contrary, unbiased writings are considered as objective statements. It focuses on both sides. It is based on facts and observation. It can be checked and verified. It can be found in science books and encyclopedia. Now, when does an author become biased? When the author persuades the reader to believe on his or her own stand of the issue by giving inaccurate information or false impression, even with or without the intention of misleading the reader. How do you determine the author's biases? First, you must look at the use of evidence and diction. Evidences can be in the form of facts and information, testimonies and direct observations, scientific and legal findings, and anecdotes and philosophical evidences. Diction refers to the words or expressions that help convey the stand of the author towards an issue. These words and expressions may indicate a positive or negative connotation or meaning. The table on the screen shows an example of a word with a positive and a negative connotation. In the first column, we have positive connotation with its example. My new neighbor is a mature woman. The word mature means that the woman is well-mannered. This implies the author's positive view towards the woman. For the second column, we have a negative connotation with its example. My new neighbor looks too mature in that dress. The word mature means that the woman looks old in her dress. This implies the author's negative view of the woman. Here are some guide questions to check the author's use of evidence. Does the author present more positive evidences to support one side of an issue? Or does the author present more negative evidences to disprove one side of an issue? On the other hand, we have here some guide questions to check the author's diction. Does the author use more positive words and expressions to present one side of an issue? Or does the author use more negative words and expressions to present one side of an issue? Let's use the guide questions to check the author's use of evidence and to check the author's diction as we read and examine the given paragraph. Are you ready? I encourage you to read the paragraph orally with me. Summer vacation is the favorite season for most people. Some go to the beach. Others go to the mountains. These places will make them feel closer to nature. However, having a vacation by the sea differs from having a vacation in the mountains. People can swim, surf, or dive on the beach. Others can pick up shells, go sunbathing, or even play volleyball. Also, the sound of the sea waves hitting the shore can make people feel more relaxed. While sitting on the wooden chair, people can watch the sun as it sets down. On the other hand, people can also explore the mountainside to experience the strong and fresh air. People can hike and do bonfire. However, hiking in the mountains can be dangerous because of the presence of wild animals and the danger of falling. Whichever people choose, they can experience a lot of enjoyable adventure. Yet, there are many things people can do in the beach than in the mountains. Following the guide questions given in the discussion, let's analyze the evidences and the dictions used by the author. Let us check the evidences and the diction used by the author about going to the beach. On the beach, you can swim, surf, or dive. You can pick up shells, go sunbathing, or even play volleyball. It can make people feel more relaxed. You can watch the sun as it sets down. On the other hand, the evidences and the diction used by the author in going to the mountain are: the mountain has a strong and fresh air. You can hike and do bonfire. It can be dangerous because of the presence of wild animals and the danger of falling. You will notice that the author has presented more positive evidences of going to the beach than going to the mountain. Moreover, you will also notice an unfair presentation of the evidence. The author emphasized the dangers on going to the mountain, but failed to present the dangers on going to the beach, like drowning. For the diction, the author used more positive words such as highlighting the benefits of going to the beach, but he or she used negative words when referring to going to the mountain, such as dangerous and danger. These words give a negative impression to the reader, making the author biased as he or she was favoring one idea over the other. He or she also failed to present both advantages and disadvantages about going to the beach and going to the mountain in a more balanced and objective way. At this moment, I know that you already have an idea in examining the biases of the author or writer. Let's practice further what you have learned from the discussion by doing these succeeding activities. Activity 2, subjective or objective. For the directions, write subjective if the author is biased on a given statement, or objective if the author is unbiased. For the first item, growing old is mandatory, but growing up is optional from Walt Disney. Is it subjective or objective? You have 5 seconds to answer. If your answer is subjective, then you are correct. Amazing. Number 2, for a woman to get half as much credit as a man, she has to work twice as hard and be twice as smart. By Charlotte Wheaton. Is it subjective or objective? Again, you have 5 seconds to answer. Did you write subjective? Then you are absolutely correct. Item number 3. A good wife comes from God, and a good husband comes from the bank. Is it subjective or objective? Write down your answers. The correct answer is subjective. For item number 4, overwork can also be deadly. One report estimates that in Japan, about 10,000 people die annually from overwork. Is it subjective or objective? Again, you have 5 seconds to answer. This time, did you answer objective? You are correct. Last item, number 5. Christmas celebration has even spread to non-Christian lands. In Japan, most families now celebrate Christmas, not because of its religious meaning, but purely as a merry-making occasion. Is it subjective or objective? For the last item, the correct answer is objective. Did you get all the correct answers? Congratulations! Well done. We are done in identifying the author's bias. Now, for our next activity, we are to identify the idea which the author favors. Activity 3, for or against. Based on the given statements, identify the idea which the author favors. Write the word for if the author is biased towards it. If not, write against. Write your answers on a separate sheet of paper. If love fails, friendship should remain. For friendship is the foundation of love. The topic here is friendship. Is it for or against? Number 2. Correct answer is for. Number 2. Those who work hard are rewarded with more work. The topic here is work hard. Is it for or against? The correct answer is against. Number 3, be happy for no reason, like a child. If you are happy for a reason, you're in trouble because the reason can be taken from you. The topic here is be happy for no reason. Is it for or against? If your answer is against, then you are correct. Number 4, striving for success without hard work is like looking for fruit in places that you didn't plant seeds. Useless. The topic here is striving for success without hard work. Is it for or against? The answer is against. Good job. Live life so completely that when death comes to you like a thief in the night, there will be nothing left from him to steal. The topic here is live life so completely. Is it for or against? If your answer is for, you are brilliantly correct. Did you answer all the items correctly? Very good, learners. You can identify the stand of the author's biases. This time, for your assignment, you are going to evaluate biases. In Activity 4, Evaluating Biases, you need to complete the table by citing the evidence that shows that the author is for or against the topic. Then, determine which of the two topics the author favors more. Number 1, respect wins over fear, with no question. If they fear you, they will only do so as long as you have power over them. And they will do the minimal effort possible to avoid your wrath. If they respect you, it lasts as long as you continue to act in ways that engender and deepen the respect. And you will have their best efforts every blessed day. This time, you need to cite evidence presented for respect. On the second column, evidence presented against fear. And on the third column, you're going to cite, or based from the evidences, which between the two does the author favor more. Time flies fast. You've come to this far, grade 8 learners. Before we end this discussion, thank you to all my active listeners out there. Keep on tuning in to RTV Tarlac Channel 100 and on DCTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Don't forget to like and subscribe the Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 100. This is Rubeline G. Clemente, your anchor teacher in English 8. Always remember to verify the information by examining biases to help stop the spread of fake news. Until next time, grade 8 learners!
niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Izrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province, hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DZTZ Radio Pilipino Tarlac. At ngayong araw ay matutunghayan ninyo ang isa na namang remote live broadcast para sa pag-aaral ng isa na namang leksyon sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8 Kasaysayan ng Daigdig dito lamang sa Barangay Tibag. Magandang araw, naririto na naman tayo nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo mga ginigilo kong mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at masidhing paghanga sa inyong patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako nga palang inyong guro sa Grade 8 Araling Panlipunan, Ginang Christy L. Castillo, at narito naman ako upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang isa na namang leksyon sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, ang tungkol sa mga impluwensya ng mga kaisipang lumaganap sa gitnang panahon. At bago tayo dumako sa ating panibagong aralin sa araw na ito sa lahat ng mga magulang at mag-aaral na patuloy na nakikinig sa ating radyong Panghimpapawid, kung kayo ay may katanungan o nais linawin tungkol sa ating paksang aralin sa araw na ito, kayo ay maaaring mag-text sa mga numerong naka-flash sa inyong screen. At sa lahat ng ating mga masugid na taga-subaybay at tagapakinig ng DCTZ Radio Pilipino Tarlac, ang aking numero ay ang mga sumusunod. 0921-25-225-24. Kaya, ano pang hinihintay ninyo at text-text na. Mga ginigilo kong mag-aaral, pinapaalala kong muli ang ating kasunduan bago natin pag-usapan ang ating panibagong aralin sa araw na ito. Ito ang mga dapat gawin. Una, siguraduhin na kayo ay nasa komportableng lugar habang nakikinig. Pangalawa, ihanda ang inyong module papel at ballpen na gagamitin sa ating pag-aaral. At pangatlo, iwasan ang paggawa ng ibang bagay at ituon ang sarili sa paksang tatalakayin. Sana ay magawa ninyong lahat ang mga dapat gawin para magkaroon ng kaaya-ayang pakikinig para sa ating paksang aralin sa araw na ito. Balikan muna natin ang paksang tinalakay noong nakaraang linggo. Subukan ninyong pagtugmain ang 5 pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon. Sa gawing itaas, nakasulat sa bawat puzzle ang mga kaganapan. Sa nakikita ninyo ay meron tayong 5 puzzle. Sa unang puzzle, ito ay ang pagkakatatag ng Holy Roman Empire. Sa ikalawang puzzle, ang manorialismo. Ikatlo, ang pag-iral ng sistemang feudalismo. Pang-apat, ang paglakas ng simbahan. At ang pang-5 ay ang paglulunsad ng mga krusada. At makikita sa gawing ibaba naman, nakasulat ang mga numero na nakapaloob sa bawat puzzle. At para sa balik-aral, ihanda ang inyong sagutang papel at ballpen at isulat sa sagutang papel ang mga numero kung papaano ang tamang pagkasunod-sunod ng mga kaganapan sa Europa sa gitnang panahon. At sa lahat ng mga nakasubaybay sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, maaari kayong mag-comment sa ating comment box para sa inyong mga sagot. At kayo ay bibigyan ko ng hanggang 8 segundo para sagutin ang napakaikling gawain na ito para sa inyong balik-aral. Handa na ba kayo para sa inyong mga sagot? Kung gayon, magsisimula na tayo sa ating balik-aral. Atin nang iwasto ang inyong mga sagot sa ating balik-aral ayon sa pagkasunod-sunod ng mga kaganapan. Tignan ninyo kung kayo ay makakakuha ng tamang sagot. Ang una ay ang numero 4, ang paglakas ng simbahan. Ang pangalawa ay numero 3, ang pag-iral ng sistemang feudalismo. Ang pangatlo ay ang numero 1 o bilang 1, ang pagkakatatag ng Holy Roman Empire. At ang pang-4 ay ang numero 5, ang paglulunsad ng mga krusada. At ang panghuling kaganapan ay ang puzzle na nasa ikalawang bilang at iyon ay ang manorialismo. Ilan kaya ang nakuha ninyong tamang sagot? Kung nakuha ninyong lahat ang mga tamang sagot, kayo ay binabati ko. Sa mga hindi naman nakakuha ng mga tamang sagot, ay okay lang yan. At makakabawi kayo sa ating mga susunod na gawain. Ako ay natutuwa na nagkaroon tayo ng isang kaaya-aya at napakasayang balik-aral. Ayan ang mga tamang sagot. Ayun ang mga tamang sagot. Tinalakay natin sa nakaraang aralin ang tungkol sa mga pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon at sa paksang ito, nagkaroon tayo ng malinaw at malawak na kaalaman tungkol sa iba't ibang pagbabago at isa sa mga pagbabagong ito ay ang paglakas ng simbahang Katoliko na hanggang sa kasalukuyan ay nananatili pa rin matatag. Kung sa nakaraang talakayan ay tinalakay natin ang tungkol sa mga pagbabagong naganap sa Europa sa gitnang panahon, ngayon naman ay handa na ba kayo para sa isa na namang panibagong aralin? Game na ba kayong mag-aral at matuto? At dito lamang yan sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Atin naman tatalakayin sa araw na ito ang tungkol sa mga impluensya ng mga kaisipang lumaganap sa gitnang panahon. Handa na ba kayo na makinig sa ating panibagong aralin? Inaasahan ko na sa pagtatapos ng leksyong ito ay kaya na ninyong maisa-isa at masuri ang mga impluensya ng mga kaisipang lumaganap sa gitnang panahon. Pero bago natin simulan ang ating talakayan, ay magkakaroon muna tayo ng kalinawan tungkol sa salitang impluensya. Alam ko na narinig nyo na ang salitang ito. Pag-usapan natin kung ano nga ba ang kahulugan ng salitang impluensya. At dito pa rin yan sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang impluensya ay isang lakas o puwersa o kapangyarihan na nakapagpababago o nakapagpapabago na nagmumula sa labas ng isang tao o isang bagay na naimpluwensyahan nito. Maaari itong sinadyang binalak ng iba o maaari ring resulta na hindi binalak na naganap dahil sa iba pang mga kaganapan. At yan muli ang tungkol sa kahulugan ng impluensya. Atin na nating ituloy ang ating pag-aaral tungkol sa ating paksang aralin sa araw na ito. Ang mga pangyayaring naganap sa gitnang panahon ay may malaking impluensya sa ating panahon. Alam ba ninyo kung ano ang mga naging impluensya ng mga kaisipang lumaganap sa gitnang panahon? Isa sa mga pangyayaring ito sa mga humubog sa ating kasalukuyan at naging pundasyon ng mauunlad na sibilisasyon. Ang pagbagsak ng Imperyong Romano sa panahong ito ay isa lamang sa mga pangyayaring dapat nating tandaan. Ang tatalakayin natin ay tungkol sa mga impluensya ng mga kaisipang lumaganap sa gitnang panahon. At alam ba ninyo kung ano ang mga naging impluensya ng mga kaisipang lumaganap sa gitnang panahon? At ito ay nahahati sa tatlong aspeto. Una ay ang impluensya ng politika. Pangalawa ay ang impluensya ng ekonomiya. At ikatlo ay ang impluensya ng sosyo-kultural. Ang tanong, ano kaya ang mga naging impluensya sa aspeto ng politikal, ekonomiya at sosyo-kultural? Atin lang isa-isahin at ipapaliwanag ko ng maigi ang mga nabanggit ko. Una sa mga aspeto ng impluensya ay ang impluensyang politikal feudalismo. Ang sistemang politikal ang pinatupad sa Europa sa gitnang panahon, na kung saan ang lupang pag-aari ng Panginoong may lupa at pinasasaka sa kanyang nasasakupan. Ang lipunan sa panahong ito ay binubuo ng mga sumusunod. Ang hari, lords o ang tinatawag na vassal, knights at serfs, or peasants. Ang mga ito ay may kanya-kanyang katungkulan sa lipunan na dapat nilang gampanan upang magpatuloy ang kaayusan at pagunlad. Inuulit ko, ang tatlong impluensya na nabanggit ay impluensya ng politika, ekonomiya at sosyo-kultural. Atin namang tatalakayin ang mga mahalagang kaisipan sa sistemang feudalismo at ito ay ang mga sumusunod. Una, Ibinahagi ng hari ang kanyang lupain sa mga dugong bughaw upang maipagtanggol sila. Pangalawa, tinatawag na vassal ang mga nabahagian ng lupa at sila ay magpapakita ng katapatan sa hari. Pangatlo, ang lupaing ipinagkaloob sa vassal ay tinatawag na fief. Pang-apat, ang act of homage or homage ay isang seremonya kung saan nangangako ang vassal ng kanyang katapatan sa Panginoong may lupa. Panglima, isa sa mga magandang ambag ng feudalismo ay ang tinatawag nating sistemang kabalyero. Pang-anim, ang knight ay isang mandirigmang nakasakay sa kabayo at nanumpa ng katapatan sa kanyang lord. Ilan pa sa mga mahalagang kaisipan sa sistemang feudalismo ay ang mga sumusunod. Ikapito, ang chivalry ay sistema ng katangian at pagpapahalaga na dapat taglayin ng isang knight. Kabilang dito ang katapangan, karangalan, pagiging matapang, katarungan, at kahandaang tumulong sa mahihina. At ikawalo, banal at isang propesyon ng simbahan ang pagiging kabalyero. Kalakip nito ang tungkuling ipagtanggol at itaguyod ang Kristyanismo. Paano nga ba na itatag ang feudalismo sa gitnang panahon? At ating alamin ang mga naging dahilan kung paano nabuo ang tinatawag nating sistemang feudalismo. At ito ay ang mga sumusunod. Una, nag-ugat ang feudalismo sa Europa dahil sa paghati-hati ng banal na imperyo ni Charlemagne. Pangalawa, dahil sa mahinang pamumuno, humiwalay ang mga maharlika at may-ari ng lupa sa hari. Pangatlo, sinalakay ng mga barbarong Viking, Magyar at Muslim ang iba't ibang parte ng Europa. Ilan pa sa mga dahilan kung paano nabuo ang sistemang feudalismo ay ang mga sumusunod. Pang-apat, ang mga Viking na kilala rin sa tawag na Normans ay nabigyan ng lupain sa bandang France kapalit ng pagtanggap nila ng Kristyanismo. Ikalima, ang lupaing napasa kanila ay kilala ngayon sa tawag na Normandy. At ika-anim, dahil sa mga salik na ito, naghangad ang karamihan ng tao na magkaroon ng proteksyon kaya itinatag ang sistemang feudalismo sa Europa. Ang ikalawang aspeto ng impluwensya ay ang impluwensya ng ekonomiya. At sa paksang ito, meron tayong tinatawag na manorialismo o ang sistemang pang-ekonomiya na ipinatupad sa gitnang panahon kung saan ang mga taga-bukid ay nagbibigay ng serbisyo sa isang feudal na hari, pinuno o may-ari bilang kapalit ng proteksyon. At makikita naman ang isang larawan na tinatawag nating isang manor. At ang manor ang tawag sa malaking lupaing pagmamay-ari ng Panginoong may lupa. Nasa loob nito halos lahat ng mga pangangailangan ng mga naninirahan dito. Kung saan makikita ninyo sa larawan ay makikita ninyo ang mga sumusunod. Nariyan tinatawag nating pasture, ang workshop, ang watermill, ang church, serfs houses, third field, barn, second field, first field, at lahat ng napapaloob sa tinatawag nating manor. At may mga mahalagang ambag ng manorialismo. At inang isa-isahin ang mga nasabing mahalagang ambag ng manorialismo. Una, ang three-field system o pagkakahati ng sakahan sa tatlong bahagi. Tataniman ang una at ikalawang bahagi ng sakahan at ang ikatlo ay bubungkalin, subalit hindi ito tataniman upang mapreserba ang sustansya. Isang makabuluhang ambag na ang nasabi tungkol sa manorialismo. May tatlong uri ng magbubukid. Ang tinatawag nating serfman, freeman, at alipin. At isa-isahin natin kung anong ibig sabihin ng mga nabanggit kong salita. Serf ay hindi maaring umalis sa manor at nagsasaka ng walang kabayaran. Ang freeman ay tawag sa pinalayang alipin na kadalasan ay may sariling lupa. At ang alipin ay maaring ipagbili at bilhin. Ilang pa sa mga halagang ambag ng manorialismo ay ang mga sumusunod. Ang tinatawag nating kastilyo or castle. Dito nakatira ang lord at nasa pusod o gitna ng manor. Naalala niyo pa ba kung ano ang itsura ng manor? Pang-apat ay ang sistemang ito ay nagbigay ng serbisyo sa mga taga-bukid na magkaroon ng hanap buhay. Panglima, ang serf ay nagbibigay ng ani sa kanyang Panginoon o Lord, at ang Lord naman ay nagbibigay ng proteksyon sa kanyang mga serf. Pang-anim, kumpleto ang mga kagamitan ng mga magsasaka sa loob ng manor. At ikapito, nasa loob ng manor ang kamalig, panaderya, simbahan, pandayan at pastulan. At yan ay ipinakita ko kanina sa pamamagitan ng isang larawan. Tatalakay naman natin ang sistema ng paggamit ng salapi noong gitnang panahon. Sa gitnang panahon, nagkaroon ng iba't ibang paraan sa paggamit ng salapi. Ito ay ang mga sumusunod. Una, na alam kong pamilyar kayo sa tinatawag nating barter. Ito ay tawag sa pagpapalitan ng produkto o sistema ng kalakalan na hindi gumagamit ng salapi o pera. So inuulit ko, ang barter ay palitan ng produkto sa isa pang produkto. Pangalawa, ang mga produktong bukid na nasasaka ng mga serf ay dinadala nila sa lokal na pamilihan kung saan sila nakikipagkalakalan ng mga produkto. Pangatlo, nagaganap lamang bawat linggo ang lokal na pamilihan kung saan sila nakikipagkalakalan ng mga produkto. Pang-apat, nagtatag ang Panginoong may lupa ng isang perya. At dito nagtatagpo ang mga mangangalakal. Panglima, kumikita ang mga Panginoong may lupa sa pamamagitan ng pagpataw ng buwis at multa sa perya. Pang-anim, dito unang nakita ang perang salapi. Subalit, magkaiba ang kanilang ginagamit dahil dito nagsilabasan ang mga namamalit na pera o money charger sa mas maliit na halaga. 7. Pagpapalit ng salaping ito, umusbong o nagsimula ang pagbabangko. At dito makikita natin ang unti-unting pagunlad ng paggamit ng salapi. Pang-8, ang salapi sa bangko ay pinauutang ng may tubo. Pang-9, maaari ring magdeposito ang mga ngalakal ng pera at maaari niya itong kunin sa ibang lungsod. At sa mga na talakay kong pagpapaliwanag, alam ko na hanggang ngayon ay ginagamit natin ang ganitong uri ng sistema katulad ng pagbabangko, ang tinatawag natin na money charger, at pagdedeposito ng pera sa bangko. Lahat yan ay magpasa hanggang ngayon ay ginagawa. Nakamamahang isipin na sa gitnang panahong ito, naisip na ng mga tao ang kahalagahan ng pagbabangko o pag-iimpok. At sa lahat ng ating mga mag-aaral na nakikinig ngayon, napakahalaga ang kasabihan kapag may isinuksok, may madudukot. At ako'y naniniwala sa kasabihan o salawikaing ito. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral, kayo ba ay nag-iimpok o nagtatabi ng inyong pera? Alam ko na ngayong pandemic ay wala kayong baon. Pero may mga pagkakataon na kayo ay binibigyan ng inyong mga magulang. So, mas maigi na kayo ay magtabi ng ilang barya. At yan ang pag-uumpisa ng inyong pag-iimpok. Mas mabuti kung kayo ay nag-iimpok o nag-iipon ng inyong pera. Lalo na ngayon na nararanasan natin ang isang pandemya. Higit na mahalaga ang mag-ipon. Ang simpleng pagtatabi ng maliliit na halaga, kalaunan ay dadami at magiging napakalaking halaga. Sa panahong ito, ikaw ay nangangailangan, meron kang perang magagamit kung kayo ay may ipon. Sang-ayon ba kayo mga mag-aaral? Mabuti kung ganon. Thumbs up para sa mga may alkansya at naitabing ipon. Sa lahat ng mga mag-aaral na may ipon, kayo ay binabati ko. Yan ay isang napakaaya-ayang gawain. At sa mga wala pa, maaari naman tayong magsimulang mag-impok at magkaroon ng ipon challenge. So, ipon-ipon din kung may time. Sana ay naunawaan ninyo ang unang dalawang impluwensya ng mga kaisipan na lumaganap sa gitnang panahon. Ngayong tapos na natin ang unang bahagi ng ating leksyon, oras na para tasahin o sukatin ang inyong kaalaman ukol sa impluwensya ng politikal at impluwensya ng ekonomiya sa gitnang panahon. At ito ang mga dapat ninyong gawin. Una, ihanda ang inyong mga kwaderno at ballpen para sa inyong gagawin. Ikalawa, isulat ang inyong pangalan, antas at pangkat at petsa ngayong araw. At pangatlo, pakinggang mabuti ang panuto at ang mga tanong na aking babasahin at isulat ninyo ang tamang sagot sa sagutang papel sa lahat ng mga mag-aaral na mayroong learning activity sheets. At sa mga wala naman ay maaari lamang kayong magkomento sa ating comment box para sa inyong mga sagot. Handa na ba kayo? At para sa ating gawain, narito ang aking panuto. Isulat ang salitang tama kung wasto ang ideyang isinasaad ng pangungusap. Kung mali naman, isulat ang salitang nagpamali sa bawat pangungusap. Muli, isulat ang inyong sagot sa sagutang papel o i-type sa ating comment box. Para sa unang bilang, ibinahagi ng hari ang kanyang lupain sa mga dugong bughaw upang maipagtanggol ito. At kayo ay may 3 segundo para sagutin ang mga katanungan sa bawat bilang. Para sa unang bilang, kung ang sagot ninyo ay tama, kayo ay binabati ko. Dumako na tayo sa pangalawang bilang. Ang lords ay mga mandirigmang nakasakay sa kabayo at nanumpa ng katapatan sa kanilang hari. Muli, kayo ay may 3 segundo. Kung ang sagot ninyo ay mali, kayo ay magaling. Ang knights ay ang mga mandirigmang nakasakay sa kabayo at nanumpa ng katapatan sa kanilang hari. Hindi lords ang tawag dyan, kung hindi knights. Para sa ikatlong bilang, may 3 uri ng magbubukid, ang serf, freeman at alipin. At kung ang sagot ninyo ay tama, kayo ay mahusay. Para sa ika-4 na bilang, Ang mga Vikings na kilala rin sa tawag na Normans ay nabigyan ng lupain sa bandang France, kapalit ng pagtanggap nila ng Kristyanismo. Ano kaya ang sagot para sa bilang na ito? At good job para sa lahat ng sumagot ng tama. At para sa ikalima at pinakahuling bilang, ang feudalismo ay isang sistemang pang-ekonomiya kung saan ang mga taga-bukid ay nagbibigay ng serbisyo sa isang hari kapalit ng proteksyon. At para sa kasagutan, kung ang sagot ninyo ay mali, kayo ay magaling. Dahil ang feudalismo ang nagpapamali sa pahayag na ito, dahil ang sistemang pang-ekonomiya kung saan ang mga taga-bukid ay nagbibigay ng serbisyo sa hari kapalit ay proteksyon sa manorialismo. Kung nakuha ninyong lahat ang tamang sagot, kayo ay binabati ko. Nakakuha ba kayo ng mataas na score para sa ating pagsasanay sa araw na ito? Kung gayon ay magaling. Sa mga hindi naman nakakuha ng lahat ng tamang sagot, ay okay lamang yan. At least ay natry ninyong sumagot ng ating maikling pagsasanay. At kayo ay bumawi sa susunod na ating paksang aralin. Isang bahagi na naman ng ating leksyon ang natapos talakayin. At upang magkaroon kayo ng idea sa susunod nating paksang aralin, kayo ay magkakaroon ng karagdagang gawain. Ito ay para sa inyong takdang aralin. At ito ang panuto upang magkaroon ng ideya sa susunod na impluwensya tungkol sa sosyo-kultural sa gitnang panahon. Basahin ninyo ang pahina 7 at 8 ng Module 6 para maging handa kayo sa susunod nating leksyon. Sana ay huwag ninyong kalimutan ng lahat ng mga mahalagang aral na natutunan ninyo sa araw na ito. At sana ay maibahagi nyo ito sa iba. Inaasahan ko kayo na kayo'y natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Muli, ako inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8 ng Christy L. Castillo. At ako'y natutuwa na nakapagbahagi na naman ako ng isang napakahalagang aralin para sa araw na ito. At lagi kong sinasabi na ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli.
This is Sir Z, your teacher broadcaster.
Magandang araw mga kapantas!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo.
Good afternoon, learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am Lydia G. Gonzaga, your teacher, broadcaster for TLE Grade 8. How are you, my dear learners? I hope that you are all safe and doing well and ready for another learning experience. Join me today and let us explore and learn new things in TLE cookery. Today, we will focus our discussion on the area of home economics, cookery, specifically on preparing bakery products. At this time, I want you to prepare your compendium of notes in cookery, as well as your pen and notebook. Be in a place that you are comfortable watching or listening. And don't forget to take down notes as we go along with the lesson. Today, we will focus our discussion on how to prepare bakery products. At the end of the lesson, you are expected to identify the different ingredients used in baking, prepare bakery products, and appreciate the importance of bakery products in our daily meal. Before we begin, let us have a short review on our previous topic. Last time, we discussed about the tools, utensils, and equipment used in preparing bakery products. We have also learned how to use each tool and equipment properly. Do you still remember those tools and equipment? Great! Let us name some of them by having a simple exercise. I will give you a scrambled word, and what you need to do is arrange these words to form a word that is being described by the given statement and its picture. You will be given 5 seconds to give me the correct answer. Let's begin. Number 1. It is a hollow dish where ingredients for baking are mixed. Very good. The correct answer is mixing bowl. Number 2, it helps automate the repetitive tasks of stirring, whisking, or beating ingredients. Great! The correct answer is electric mixer. Number 3, it is used to measure small amount of ingredients, either liquid or dry when cooking. If your answer is measuring spoon, that is correct. Number 4, it is a solid elongated wood with handles at both ends that is used to flatten dough or pastry. You are correct. The answer is rolling pin. Number 5, it is a tool used for mixing and scraping mixture on the side of a bowl. Very good. The answer is rubber scraper. Congratulations, you did a great job. And now, my dear learners, let us start our new lesson on how to prepare bakery products. Are you ready to learn baking? Great. Let us now begin by defining what is baking. Baking is the process of cooking by indirect heat or dry heat in a confined space as in a heated oven with the use of gas, electricity, wood, charcoal, or oil at temperature from 250 degrees Fahrenheit to 400 degrees Fahrenheit. Bakery products are the result of baking. Preparing bakery products require no trick but adequate mastery of the processes in baking. Now, let us classify the different kinds of bakery products. There are 2 classifications of bakery products. The first is the quick bread. This type of bread uses baking powder or baking soda as leavening agent. Pancake, fritters, donuts, muffin, and cupcake are some examples of quick bread. The second classification of bakery products are the yeast bread. It is a type of bread leavened by yeast. Yeast as a leavening agent is one of the oldest ways of baking breads. Now, my dear learners, Let us discuss and identify the different ingredients used in baking. Ingredients in baking serve a particular function, reacting with each other to produce new combinations and create the structure, flavor, and texture of the finished baked product. Here are the major ingredients used in preparing bakery products. First is the flour. It is finely ground meal obtained by grinding and milling cereal grains or other root crops. Flour is a main ingredient in the most baking recipe. There are 3 types of flour. The first is the hard flour or bread flour. It has 12 to 14% protein content and has strongest gluten strength. It is made from hard wheat flour. The high gluten content causes the bread to rise and gives it shapes and structure. The second type of flour is the soft flour or cake flour. This type of flour has 7 to 9% protein content and it is made from soft wheat flour. It has low in gluten and so results in a finer texture. All-purpose flour or family flour is the third type of flour. It has 10 to 11% protein content and it is made from a blend of hard and soft flour. It is also called the general purpose flour. Sugar is the second ingredient used in baking. It is a sweet, soluble organic compound that belongs to the carbohydrate group of food. Sugar has different types. First is the regular granulated sugar or the white sugar. It is also known as table sugar or as refined sugar. Second type is the confectioner sugar or powdered sugar. It is the granulated sugar that has been pulverized. The third type is the brown sugar. It contains caramel, moisture, and molasses. Now, the question is, how important is sugar in baking? Yes, that is correct. Sugar plays significant roles in baking. First, it increases dough development and makes the color of the crust richer. Second, it improves the nutritive value, flavor, and the aroma. And third, it serves as food for the yeast and increases the storing quality of the products. Next important ingredient in baking is the egg. Eggs are considered as complete protein, containing all the essential amino acids humans use to build other proteins needed by the body. Like other ingredients, egg plays a significant role in baking. It serves as leavening agents, it adds color, and it acts stabilizer in mixture. It can also serve as thickening agent. Baking is not complete without the shortening. It is any fat which, when added to flour mixture, increases tenderness. This is done by preventing the sticking of gluten strands while mixing so that gluten is shortened and makes the product We classified leavening agents into two. The chemical and the biological leaveners. Baking soda baking powder, and cream of tartar are the good examples of chemical leaveners, while yeast is a great example of biological leaveners. Yeast is a living organism, neither plant nor animal. Leavening with yeast is a process based on fermentation. Last but not the least is the liquid ingredients. Liquid ingredients have essential role in baking. It provides moisture to rehydrate and activate the yeast and bring together the flour and any other dry ingredients to make the dough. Liquid ingredients used in baking can be water, milk, and other dairy products. Now, after identifying the different ingredients used in baking, let us find out how to measure these ingredients. Remember, accurate measurements of ingredients are very important to assure good results of the products. In measuring dry ingredients, let us follow these guidelines. Number 1, sieve flour and other dry ingredients before measuring them to remove lumps. Number 2, fill the measuring cup or spoon until full. Do not shake or tap the cup. Level of the cup with a spatula or straight edge and utensil. In measuring liquid ingredients, to get the exact amount, follow these steps. First, set up the liquid measuring cup. Place it on a flat, even surface. Second, pour the liquid carefully and slowly to the cup. Stop pouring when the liquid reaches the marker line for the desired amount and then check your measurement. Now, let us discuss the mixing techniques in baking. Okay, let me ask you, why we should need to follow the mixing techniques in baking properly? Yes, that is correct. It is because mixing methods greatly affect flour mixtures and its resulting product. And here are the various techniques have been developed for efficiency and convenience. Some of them are as follows. Number 1, cutting in. It is mixing fat and flour with the use of a pastry blender or 2 knives in a scissor-like manner. This method cuts fat into small pieces, posting them with flour. Number 2, beating. It is done to incorporate air in a mixture by mechanical agitation. It could be done by the use of wire whips, egg beaters, electric mixers, or with a fork. And number 3, kneading. It is a working with a stiff dough by pushing with the heel of the hand, folding it over until the dough becomes smooth and elastic. After discussing the different mixing techniques in preparing bakery products, let us now familiarize with the ideal characteristics of a well-made bread. Bread of high quality is characterized by the following. Number 1, it is large for its weight, well-rounded top, and free from cracks and bulges. Number 2, the crust is thin with an even golden brown color. Number 3, it does not crumble easily. Number 4, it has smooth, soft, and elastic crumb. And number 5, it has sweet and nutty odor, not sour. Now, let me ask you, can you give me an example of health benefits that we can get from bakery products? Yes, that is right. We can get different health benefits from bakery products, like it contains fiber, carbohydrates, protein, folic acid, and enriched with micronutrients. Also, eating bread has prebiotic effects and it fuels our body. And now, my dear learners, for you to understand better on how to prepare bakery products, we are going to make a delicious soft roll. Are you excited? Okay, but before that, let us find out what is soft roll. Soft roll is a yeast-based bread with a soft crust. It is a small, usually round or oblong individual loaf of bread, served as a meal accompaniment. Now, are you ready? Let us begin. First thing to do is prepare all the utensils, equipment, and materials needed in preparing soft roll. Make sure that the working area is cleaned and sanitized. To start with, here are the ingredients for soft roll. For sponge, 2 teaspoon yeast, 1/4 cup lukewarm water, 2 teaspoon sugar, and for dough, 2.5 cup bread flour, 1/2 cup teaspoon salt, 1/4 cup sugar, 1/4 cup buttermilk or Bear Brand, 1/2 cup evaporated milk or water, 1/4 cup butter melted, 1 piece egg beaten, 1 piece egg white for brushing.
Here are the procedures on how to make a soft roll. For sponge, combine yeast, lukewarm water, and sugar. Set aside until fermentation takes place. For our dough, in a mixing bowl, combine all dry ingredients like bread flour, sugar, salt, and buttermilk. Mix all the ingredients very well. Make a well at the center. Then pour the liquid ingredients like the sponge, evaporated milk, beaten egg, and butter. Mix very well until all ingredients are blended well. Then start kneading until it forms into a ball of dough. Knead until it pliable. After the kneading, place in a lightly greased bowl. Proof until it double in size. Punch down the dough and divide into pieces according to your desired size. Next is shape the dough into balls and place on a greased baking sheet or baking pan. Next step, let it rise for another 40 minutes or until double in size. Wash the dough with egg wash. And the last step, bake for 400 Fahrenheit for 10 to 15 minutes.
Hey, I know that all of you are mouthwatering for our soft roll. And now, my dear learners, kindly get a piece of paper and pen. Let us find out if you really learned on our lesson this afternoon. This is a multiple choice quiz. All you have to do is to select the correct answer by writing the letter of your choice on a clean sheet of paper. I will read the questions. You will be given 3 seconds to answer each question. Are you ready? Let's begin. Number 1. Which kind of flour contains 10 to 11% protein content and is made from a blend of hard and soft flour? A. All-purpose flour. B. Bread flour. C. Cake flour. Number 2. Which of the ingredients is an example of a biological leavening agent? Letter A, baking soda. Letter B, baking powder. And letter C, yeast. Number 3. What is the proper way to measure flour accurately? Letter A, shakes the measuring cup before leveling. Letter B, sift the flour before measuring. And letter C, level off with the use of the tines of a fork. Number 4, which type of mixing technique is done only in baking bread? A, beating. B, cutting in. And letter C, kneading. Number 5, it is the main ingredients in the most baking recipe. Letter A, sugar. Letter B, flour. And letter C, egg. Now, let us check your answers. And here are the answers. For number 1, the correct answer is letter A, all-purpose flour. For number 2, C, yeast. For number 3, letter B, sift the flour before measuring. Number 4, C, kneading. And for number 5, B, flour. Okay, count the number of the correct answers. For those who got a perfect score, congratulations, you did a great job. For those who got 3 and 4, very good. And for those who got 2 and below, please study harder, read more, and refer to your compendium of notes. For your performance task, I want you to watch a video presentation on how to prepare a cinnamon roll. Make a narrative report about what you have learned in the presentation. Be guided by the following questions. Number 1, what is the video presentation all about? Number 2, how are the ingredients, materials prepared in the presentation? And number 3, why is it important to follow procedures and techniques during the preparation? All right, that's all for today. I hope you enjoyed and learned our on-the-air live discussion. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DCTC 828 AM station. I would like to end by the saying, in TLE, we aim for knowledge, skills, and progress. I am Lydia G. Gonzaga, your teacher, broadcaster for TLE Grade 8. Until next time.
Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Impormasyong may kalidad, serbisyong may halaga, saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. On air. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Online. Anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Alam niyo ba na ang salitang yoyo at ang makabagong bersyon nito ay naimbento ng isang Pilipinong nagngangalang Pedro Flores? Taong 1920s nang dinala ni Flores ang laruang ito sa Estados Unidos. Sinimulan niya ang paggawa nito sa kanyang maliit na pabrika sa California at ipinakita sa mga tao ang iba't ibang tricks ng paggamit nito. Alam mo na, yan ang yoyo!
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DCTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula rito sa Borok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Hello there, grade 8 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo. Here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac. I am your teacher broadcaster, Russell G. A. Jimenez, and today we are bound to another fun-filled learning journey in Music 8. You can participate in our Facebook Live on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, by writing your name, your school, your section where you're from, and participate actively in our lesson by typing in your answers on the comment box section. Last quarter, we were able to experience and appreciate the music of East Asia, which comprises the country of China, Korea, and Japan. We've learned and enjoyed singing their traditional folk songs and even familiarized with their musical characteristics such as the tonal system and the cultural influences. These three countries have contributed much to the region's identity in shaping its unique culture. As we are about to start with the new lesson, make sure to bring your MAPE Learner's Manual, your learning activity sheet, your pen and notebook with you, because today we will be amazed by the interesting music culture of South Asia and Middle East. Now that you have your learning manuals with you, let's get started! Let us now proceed to our next destination, the country in South Asia, also known as the land of the pure, Pakistan. Pakistan is the fifth most populous country in the world. It is also the second most populated Muslim country after Indonesia. Pakistan has the Faisal Mosque. It is currently the fifth largest mosque in the world and the largest in South Asia. It is located at Islamabad, the capital city of Pakistan. The country borders India to east, Afghanistan to the west, Iran to the southwest, China to northwest, and the Arabian Sea to the south. Though Pakistan is part of South Asia, its western part is considered as an extension of Central Asia, as reported by the American Institute of Pakistan Studies. The music of Pakistan includes diverse elements ranging from music from other parts of South Asia as well as Central Asia, Persia, Turkey, and the Arab world. With these multiple influences, a distinctive Pakistani sound has been formed. For today's episode, we'll be focusing to learn about the vocal music of Pakistan. When we say vocal music, it is a music that uses and emphasizes the human voice. Sometimes instruments are used, but the voice is the most important part. Pakistan is known for its two vocal styles in singing, the ghazal and qawwali. Ghazal is an Arabic word meaning talking to women. It is a combination of two emotions, love and pain, making a poetic expression that is set to music. It is a traditional expression of love, separation, and loneliness. It tells about both the pain of loss of the lover and the beauty of love in spite of that pain. And it can be sang by both men and women. Learners, did you know that Pakistanis are also emotional people like us Filipinos? Yes, that's true. Listen to how emotions are expressed in this Pakistan Ghazal vocal song.
می تراشد فکر ما هر دم خداوندی دگر رست از یک بند تا افتاد در بندی دگر.
हमारी फिक्र हर लम्हा एक नया आका तराशती है। जब वो एक कैद से निकलती है तो किसी दूसरी कैद में गिरफ्तार हो जाती है।
بر سر باما نقاب از شهر بی باکانه کش نیست در کوی تو چون من آرزومندی دگر.
Learners, what did you observe from the song that you've heard? Precisely, it is sang in a poetic manner. Based on what we've heard, it is observable that it has a melancholic sound. Melancholic in Filipino means malungkot. Ghazal has a slow light music, and as you listen, you could hear an observable amount of melancholic feeling. Learners, is there any song here in the Philippines that is similar to Ghazal songs of Pakistan that has melancholic sound, full of pain and loneliness? but still see the beauty of love in spite of that pain? Probably you are correct. An example of this is Paubaya, one of the very popular and famous song sang by Moira de la Torre. That song is about letting go of someone you love for their own happiness, and being happy for them, even if it will give you so much pain, is the only thing that you can do. As they say, love is not just about rainbows and butterflies. Beyond the countless I love yous are the sacrifices and heartbreaks behind it. For those who have just tuned in, you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac. Moving on, the next vocal music of Pakistan is the Qawwali. Qawwali is the devotional music of Chishti order, a vibrant musical tradition that stretches back more than 700 years. As reported by asiasociety.org, Qawwali in its religious context functions as a way to bring members of the order into a trance-like state that makes them more aware of their relationship with God. It is usually performed with a lead singer and chorus, playing in a call and response style. These singers are supported by musicians playing percussion instruments. Hand clapping serves to emphasize the rhythmic structure and engage the audience. As stated by stgeorgebristol.co.uk, Qawwali is designed to be a communal experience with the group sitting together on the floor, creating an entrancing sound. Audience participation is highly encouraged in order to truly experience the traditional intimacy of Qawwali music. Let us listen to this Qawwali vocal music. Based on what you've heard and on the definitions that came from reliable sources, learners, what did you notice in Qawwali vocal music of Pakistan? Exactly. Qawwali is similar to the worship music of some religions here in the Philippines. Are you enjoying our ride so far? Israel is our next destination. Israel is a country in the Middle East, located at the eastern end of the Mediterranean Sea. It is bounded to the north by Lebanon, to the northeast by Syria, to the east and southeast by Jordan, to the southwest by Egypt, and to the west by Mediterranean Sea. The land of Israel, also known as the Holy Land or Palestine, is the birthplace of the Jewish culture. Its culture encompasses the foundations of many Jewish cultural characteristics, including philosophy, literature, poetry, art, mythology, folk dance, mysticism, and festivals. Israel's music is heavily influenced by its neighboring countries. Israel has a combination of Jewish and non-Jewish music traditions that have come together over the course of the century to create a distinctive musical culture. Their music is commonly used during communal worship, during mystic rituals in Sufis and Hasidic. It is also used during life passage events, especially during weddings and anniversaries, and also used for entertainments like belly dancing and folk singing. Israel singers have a distinctive vocal style. They sing with guttural and throaty enunciation. Guttural describes a hoarse sound made in the back of the throat. In Filipino, guttural is paimpit o magaralgal na boses. And Israel has two divisions of music. devotional and secular. Devotional is almost entirely vocal. It is featured during Sabbath and other holidays. The Sabbath in Israel is Judaism's day of rest on the seventh day of the week. On that day, religious Jews remembered the biblical story describing the creation of heaven and the earth in 6 days. Learners, devotional music of Israel is similar to the Passion of the Philippines, which is commonly sang during Holy Week. In Catholic religion, Passion is a verse narrative about the life and suffering of Jesus Christ. The art of cantor, Hazan in Hebrew, has always been evident in the culture. The Hazan is Jewish musician and the prayer leader in synagogue, trained the vocal arts who helps lead the congregation in songful prayer. Learners, synagogue is a Jewish house of prayer in Israel. Let us now listen to this example of devotional Hazan song. Learners, from that song, we've heard a rough sounding vocal technique, and that is what we called throat singing, a guttural style of singing. To do a guttural, you have to put your tongue on the roof of your mouth and just make the sound. Make sure to make your lips round. Okay, learners, allow me to do it. But spoiler alert, I'm not a professional singer, but I hope this localized song will help you understand our lesson more. Ave Maria. Again. Ave Maria. And that is how to do a guttural style in singing. Traditionally, only men lead the prayers. But today, in many denominations, women also perform this function. The Hazan must have a clear, good voice and know how to recite the prayers utilizing the traditional modes of prayer. The next division of Israel music is secular. Secular music is an Israel composed of songs that are non-religious. The collection is largely for dance songs, weddings, and other celebrations. Both instruments and voice are utilized in this music. The music of Israel is very versatile, and it contains a wide variety of influences, both from Jewish to non-Jewish music. This time, let us experience the music from Israel through listening and singing their folk song entitled Zum Gali Gali. Let's try and discover another version of Zum Gali Gali. Let's start singing its intro, refrain, stanza, refrain, stanza, refrain, and coda. Again, the structure will be intro, refrain, stanza, refrain, and coda. Learners, are you ready? Okay, let's begin. Sing with me. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, gali, 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 zoom, gali, gali. gali, zoom, gali, 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 zoom. Hekalut Sleman Avoda, Avoda Leman Hekalut, Hekalut Sleman Avoda, Avoda Leman Hekalut. Zoom gali 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 zoom gali gali zoom gali 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 zoom. Zoom gali 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 zoom gali gali zoom gali 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 zoom. Hekalut leman abuda, abuda leman hekalut. Hekalut leman abuda, abuda leman hekalut. Zoom gali 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 zoom gali gali zoom gali 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 zoom. Zoom gali 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 zoom gali gali zoom gali 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 zoom. Zoom gali 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 zoom gali 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 zoom gali 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 zoom. This time, let us sing the Zoom Gali Gali English version. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, gali, 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 zoom, gali, gali, zoom, gali, 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 zoom. Zoom, gali, 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 zoom, gali, gali, zoom, gali, 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 zoom. Pioneers work hand on the land. Men and women work hand in hand. As we labor all day long, we lift our voices in song. Zoom gali 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 zoom gali gali zoom gali 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 zoom. Zoom gali 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 zoom gali gali zoom gali 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 zoom. Pioneers work hand on the land, men and women work hand in hand. As we labor all day long, we lift our voices in song. Zoom gali 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 zoom gali gali zoom gali 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 zoom. Zoom gali 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 zoom gali gali zoom gali 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 zoom. Zoom gali 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 zoom gali 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 zoom gali 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 zoom. Wow, you did great, learners. Did you like the song? What is the title of the song again? Correct. Zoom gali gali. Zoom gali gali is a traditional Hebrew song. It is an example of Israeli folk song and sometimes referred to as Israeli work song and known for its rhythmic style. The song begins with the repeated refrain Zoom gali gali before proceeding to the verses. The pioneers of the song were the Jewish settlers who built the new Israel. This time, let's do your activities. Bring out your learning activity sheet and answer on activity 1 entitled Tell Me How You Feel. We're going to play the recorded music and all you have to do is to listen and describe the song Zoom Gali Gali in terms of the different musical elements used and write your observations provided in each column. You have a minute or two to write your answers. Ready? Start! Zoom, gali, 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 zoom, gali, gali, zoom, gali, 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 zoom. Hekalut leman avoda, avoda leman seconds to go.
Gali gali zoom, gali gali zoom, gali 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 zoom. Hekalut leman avoda, avoda leman hekalut. Hekalut leman avoda, avoda leman hekalut. Zoom gali 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 zoom, gali gali zoom, gali 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 zoom.
Few more seconds.
Gali gali zoom, gali gali zoom, gali 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 zoom. Zoom gali 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 zoom, gali 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 zoom, gali 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 zoom.
And yes, can you believe it? We are down to our last activity. Now let's see how much you have learned from today's lesson. Answer the activity number 2 and write all the things that you have learned in music of Pakistan and Israel. I'm giving you half a minute to write your answers in the graphic organizer. I know you can do it, learners. Have fun! Few seconds to go. Few more seconds. Time's up. Learners, don't forget to submit your output to your MAPE teacher. To wrap our lesson, Pakistan and Israel are also very rich in culture, especially in music, just like our country, the Philippines. We were able to learn their history and beliefs and discover how people from Pakistan and Israel express their feelings through their vocal music. Ghazal and Qawwali vocal music from Pakistan, devotional and secular from Israel. Thank you to all learners who have participated. I hope you have learned a lot. Again, I am Russell G.A. Jimenez, your teacher broadcaster in Music 8. And always remember, we can travel and explore the world through music. Until next time!
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Puro Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino, sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296, Dagupan, DZTC 828, Tarlac, DZLT 1188, Lucena, DZYM 1539, Mindoro, DWRL 1080, Legazpi, DWRN 657, Naga, DYRB 540, Cebu, DYRL 1035, Bacolod, DYRN 1134, Dumaguete, DXCO 1044, Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765, General Santos, DXOC 1494, Ozami, DXOW 981, Davao, at Radio Filipino Podcast Center, Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air, and online, sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.rtv.com www.radiopilipino.com. Radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English language dictionary and vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radio Filipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gahutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
TarlakHenyos, and good afternoon, especially to the grade 9 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, a project of Schools Division Tarlac Province to make quality education is accessible even in the midst of pandemic. Simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Broadcasting live here Quezon National High School, Herana Tarlac, via remote live broadcast. Let us have some fun this afternoon and allow me to be your learning partner. I am teacher Rosalyn M. Rosales and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today in English 9. And I'm so honored and it's my joy to you in this exciting journey towards understanding. How are you doing today, grade 9 learners? I hope you're doing well and in good health while learning with us. I'll be with you for the next 25 minutes. Before anything else, I want you to get yourself Learning Module 1 in English, Learning Activity Sheets, paper, and pen. Also, I am asking our dear grade 9 students to search for a spot where you can answer your activity sheets comfortably and safely while listening to our discussion. Lastly, I'm inviting you to actively participate in our session today. If you are watching our FB Live, you can type your answers on the comment section. And for those who are listening to the radio and watching TV, you can write your answers on your activity notebook. Specifically, at the end of a 25-minute program, you are expected to define bias, differentiate the 8 common types of biases, determine types of bias used in the given statements. And to be able to do it, I will be needing your active cooperation. Can I expect from you then? Well, that's good. Today, we will be learning about biases. But before we move on to our lesson, let us have a recap of the previous discussion. Last time, with teacher Kenneth Ann, we had learned about prejudice. Do you still remember? I'm sure you do. So, what is prejudice? Prejudice is a prejudgment or forming an opinion before becoming aware of the relevant facts of a case. The word is often used to refer preconceive, usually unfavorably judgment towards a person or people because of gender, beliefs, values, social or class status, age, disability, religion, sexuality, race, language, nationality, beauty, occupation, education, or personal characteristic. The 5 common types of prejudice were also discussed. First is gender prejudice. Second, ethnic or racial prejudice. Third is sexual orientation prejudice. Fourth is age prejudice. And last is class prejudice. Let me see if you can still apply what you have learned on the previous topic. So your test today is you're going to choose the letter of the correct answer in each item. I will give you 5 seconds for each item. Is that clear? Well, that's great. So here is number 1. Maria said, all Black people are unemployed criminals. She may be prejudicial in terms of blank. Again, Maria said, all Black people are unemployed criminals. She may be prejudicial in terms of blank. A, age. B, race. C, class. D, gender. So what is your answer? That is correct. The answer is letter B. Let's proceed to number 2. Prejudice refers to blank. Prejudice refers to blank. A, any kind of bias or inclination towards anything or anyone that may be considered inherently irrational. B, positive attitude or special kind. C, usually negative attitude towards the members of a certain group, social group. And D, attitude of a majority towards a minority. What is your answer? You got it right. The answer is letter A. Good job, guys. Let's proceed to item number 3. The statement that illustrates prejudice is blank. I repeat, the statements that illustrate prejudice is blank. A, only girls should play with dolls. B, I will not hire any person under the age of 30 for this position. C, they have hired more women this year than men. And D, I don't like old fox. What do you think is the answer? You got it right. The answer is letter B. Here is number 4. A person may avoid being prejudicial if he will do the following except blank. A person may avoid being prejudicial if he will do the following except blank. A, a mindful of negative attitudes and assumptions. B. Careful of prejudiced language and avoid stereotypical statements about other groups of people. C. Speaks out against intolerant statements and jokes made by others. And D. Judge someone unfairly. So what is the answer? That's correct. The answer is letter D. And our last item, we have number 5. Homophobia is also called blank. Homophobia is also called blank. A. Class prejudice. B. Gender prejudice. C. Sexual orientation prejudice. And D. Age prejudice. What is your answer, learners? Very good. The answer is a letter C. Now, did you get the 5 answers correctly? That's amazing. Good job, everyone. I think our previous lesson is already clear. It seems that everybody is ready for a session today. My dear grade 9 students, I want you to analyze this statement. John is labeled as teacher's pet because he always gives chocolate and helps his teacher carry her things. I repeat, John is labeled as teacher's pet because he always gives chocolate and helps his teacher carry her things. What is the label being attached to John in the sentence? When you put a label on someone, are you biased? So what is bias? Let's define the term. Bias is disproportionate weight in favor of or against an idea or thing, usually in a way that is close-minded and unfair. Bias can be innate or learned. People may develop biases for or against an individual, a group, or a belief. When talking about bias, consider this. First, bias can be very useful, though, as it helps us to learn about people's opinions and beliefs. Second, bias can be good when a person uses it properly and bad when a person hurts someone. Okay, I want you to listen carefully as I read 5 statements. What you are going to do is I want you to identify if the statements are biased or unbiased. You have 5 seconds to answer, and I will repeat the statement twice. Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. Number 1. A manager does not hire a more qualified female applicant because for him, men are smarter and stronger than women. Again, a manager does not hire a more qualified female applicant because for him, men are smarter and stronger than women. What do you think is the answer? You are right. The answer is bias. Number 2. Sectarian schools only accept students who share the same religious beliefs. Again, sectarian schools only accept students who share the same religious beliefs. Is it bias or unbiased? Correct. The answer is bias. Next number. Number 3. Those vaccines are offered for free to the rich people only. Again, those vaccines are offered for free to the rich people only. What do you think is the answer? You got it right. The answer is very good, bias. Next is item number 4. Everybody is given a chance to express his or her ideas freely. Again, everybody is given the chance to express his or her ideas freely. What is the answer? Correct. The answer is unbiased. Next is number 5. A mayor gave a job to a less qualified resident who is his relative. Again, a mayor gave a job to a less qualified resident who is his relative. Is it biased or unbiased? You got it right. The answer is biased. Good job, learners. Now, you already know what bias means. Let's proceed to the 8 common types of biases. First, we have conformity bias. This relates to a bias caused by group or peer pressure. Example, Anna is unsure of her answers on her assignment. When her friends provide answers, Anna agrees with the friends' answers, believing that they are smarter than her. Next is beauty bias. This plays out in terms of other physical attributes of a person may have. Example, our company will only accept an applicant who is in 6 feet tall or above and someone who is good looking. The next kind of bias is we have halo effect. This happens when we see one great thing about a person and we let the halo glow of that significant thing affect our opinion of everything else about that person. Example, Jen is thinking that people who are good-looking are also smarter, kinder, and funnier than less attractive people. The next kind of bias is Horn's effect. This is the direct opposite of the halo effect. It is when we see one bad thing about a person and we let it cloud our opinions of his other attributes. Example, Gina's friend cannot deliver her speech well. Then Gina assumes that her friend is unintelligent. Next is similarity bias. This happens when we want to surround ourselves with people who feel are similar to us. And as a result, we tend to work more with people who are like us. Example, Sheila is a rich party goer. Her neighbor suddenly wants to be her friend. But she knows that she is not a rich party goer. That is why she rejects her. Another type of bias is confirmation bias. This refers to a bias when we look for evidence to back up our own opinions of a person. Example, you get that impression of your classmate that he is a bad person because of the way he talks. And afterwards, you become a keen observer of him in everything he does to back up your impression. Another type of bias is bandwagon effect. This is the tendency to adopt a certain behavior, style, or attitude simply because everyone else is doing it. Another is an avid example. Anna is an avid fan of the Golden State Warriors, but suddenly shifted to Toronto Warriors when they won the 2019 NBA championship game and become famous and trending worldwide. Another type of bias is gender bias. This is a widely held set of implicit biases that discriminate against a gender. Example, women should always do the household chores. Now, I will give you a few seconds to take a screenshot or write important notes regarding our discussion. Are you done? Faster. Okay, that's great. It seems that everybody is excited and doing great. So, grade 9 students, let us see if we are able to follow our discussion. Let us answer activity 3 on your learning activity sheet entitled Name It Right. You will identify the various types of biases on each scenario. You have 5 seconds to answer. And I will read the statement twice. Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. So here is number 1. Others believe that in a pageant, someone with fair skin should always win. Again, others believe that in a pageant, someone with fair skin should always win. Next is item number 2. One person thinks that presidential aspirant A is better, but the rest of the team is leaning towards presidential aspirant B. That person is swayed by their opinions and ends up voting for presidential aspirant B because everyone else did. Again, one person thinks that presidential aspirant A is better, but the rest of the team is leaning towards presidential aspirant B. That person is swayed by their opinions and ends up voting for presidential aspirant B because everyone else did. Number 3. You got an impression of your classmate that he is a rude person in a way he acts. Then you observe him keenly in everything he does to back up your impression. Again, you got an impression of your classmate that he is a rude person the way he acts. Then you observe him keenly in everything he does to back up your impression. Next item is number 4. People might buy a new electronic item because of its popularity, regardless of whether they need it, can afford it, or even really want it. Again, people might buy a new electronic item because of its popularity, regardless of whether they need it, can afford it, or even really want it. Item number 5. Wife should stay home and take care of their children. Wife should stay home and take care of their children. Okay, now let us check your work. What do you think is the answer on item number 1? Wow, good job, learners. The answer is beauty bias. How about in number 2? What is your answer? You got it right. The answer is conformity bias. Good job, learners. How about in number 3? What is your answer? You got it right. The answer is confirmation bias. Very good. Next is item number 4. What is the answer? That's right. The answer is bandwagon effect. And lastly, item number 5. What is the correct answer? Okay, you are right. The answer is gender bias. Did you enjoy identifying the common types of biases? Now you can identify bias and the common type of biases. Let us try some more activities to deepen your understanding on bias and common types of biases. Let us try activity 4 on your learning activity sheet, detecting bias. Here are 5 statements from reporters who are writing news about newly elected mayor. Juan de la Cruz, pretend you are the editor of a newspaper. Your job is to see if they're making biased statements. If a statement is biased, write bias. If it is not, write unbiased. Okay, so here is item number 1. Mr. De La Cruz will bring nothing but trouble to the town. Again, Mr. De La Cruz will bring nothing but trouble to the town. Is it bias or unbiased? Correct. The answer is bias. Next is item number 2. Juan De La Cruz is the new mayor of Bagong Pag-asa, bringing him with over 10 years of experience and leadership roles. Is it bias or unbiased? Okay, you got it right. The answer is unbiased. Next is item number 3. 81% voted for Juan De La Cruz, making him the new mayor of Bagong Pag-asa. Again, 81% voted for Juan De La Cruz, making him the new mayor of Bagong Pag-asa. Is it bias or unbiased? Good job, learners! The answer is unbiased. Next, number 4. The winning of Juan De La Cruz is the best thing that has ever happened to Bagong Pag-asa. The winning of Juan De La Cruz is the best thing that has ever happened to Bagong Pag-asa. Is it bias or unbiased? Okay, the correct answer is bias. And lastly, item number 5. There has been both positive and negative feedback from the community. Some people think Mr. De La Cruz will be good for Bagong Pag-asa and others will think he will not. Is it bias or unbiased? Okay, you got it right. The answer is unbiased. Okay, count your scores. For those who got a perfect score, congratulations, you did a great job. For those who got 3 to 4, very good. And for those who got 2 and below, don't feel bad, but you have to study harder, okay? And for your post-listening viewing activity, answer this question. Write your answer on your activity notebook. Have you ever experienced hearing statement or receiving messages for your friends that show bias against you? B, have you already been biased towards your friends? What will you do to avoid being biased? That was a great learning experience with you, dear grade 9 learners. Hopefully, you enjoyed our lesson for today. Thank you for listening and for being active in answering our activity. I will be glad to be with you with the next episode for another exciting topic. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DZTC 828 AM station, sponsored by our ever-supported, the late Congressman Honorable Charlie Cowanco of the 1st District. I am Teacher Rosalyn M. Rosales, your English 9 teacher broadcaster. Don't forget to follow our health protocols. Stay safe until next time. Good day, everyone, and God bless us all.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTC 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today. Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Isang mapayapa at ligtas na hapon, kabataang TarlakHenyo. Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Kumusta kayo mga ginigiliw kong grade 9 Eco Learners? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi na kayo ay matuto sa pamamagitan ng radyo sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan, Grade 9, Ma'am Pops P. Macalino, na magtuturo sa inyo via remote live broadcasting mula dito sa bayan ng Concepcion. Sasamahan at gagabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin patungkol pa rin sa paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya. Ngunit bago tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, ay narito muna ang ilan sa mga paalala. Una ay siguraduhin ninyong nasa isang lugar kayo ngayon na komportable at maayos na napapanood at napakikinggan ang ating live broadcast. Matanong ko lang, ikaw ba ay nagmerienda na? Mabuti naman kung oo, dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang inyong tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang inyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin sa hapon na ito. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong learner's material sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9 para sa unang linggo ng ikatlong markahan. Aralin 1, paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya. At buksan ito sa page 234 to 235. Maaari nyo rin kunin ang inyong module number 1 para sa ikatlong markahan. Ito ang paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya. Ihanda rin ang inyong learning activity sheet, ballpen, at sulatang papel upang maitala ninyo ang mahalagang impormasyon na aking mababanggit. Ang ating paksang tatalakayin sa hapon na ito ay patungkol sa ikatlong modelo ng paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya. Ngunit bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating naging aralin noong nakaraang Martes. Natatandaan mo pa ba? Magaling! Sa nakaraang episode ay ating tinalakay ang una at ikalawang modelo ng pambansang ekonomiya. Ang unang modelo ay naglalarawan ng simpleng ekonomiya. Ang sambahayan at bahay kalakal sa modelo na ito ay iisa. Ang lumilikha ng mga produkto ay siya rin kokonsumo sa kanyang ginawang mga produkto. Samantala, sa ikalawang modelo naman, makikita ang pag-iral ng sistema ng pamilihan, kung saan hiwalay o magkaiba ang sambahayan at bahay kalakal. Ang sambahayan na siyang nagmamay-ari ng mga salik ng produksyon gaya ng lupa, paggawa, entrepreneur at kapital na nakikipag-ugnayan sa bahay kalakal sa pamamagitan ng pamilihan ng salik ng produksyon. Gagamitin naman ng bahay kalakal ang mga input na ito mula sa paggawa ng mga produkto na ibebenta nito sa pamilihan ng kalakal at paglingkod na siyang bibilhin naman ng sambahayan. Ang kita ng sambahayan ay mula sa mga outflow ng bahay kalakal bilang kabayaran nito ng mga salik ng produksyon na kanyang ginamit sa paggawa ng produkto. Interes para sa kapital, kita para sa entrepreneur, pasahod sa mga manggagawa at renta o upa para sa lupa. At ngayon sa palagay ko ay handa ka na para sa ating bagong paksa sa araw na ito. Inaasahan na sa pagkatapos ng aralin na ito ay matutukoy mo ang bahaging ginagampanan ng mga sektor na bumubuo sa ikatlong modelo ng pambansang ekonomiya. Ito ay nakaangkla sa ating Most Essential Learning Competencies na may code na AP9-MAK-3A-2. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral sa ikasyam na baitang na nakikinig at nanonood ngayon sa ating remote live broadcast, kung kayo po ay may katanungan o nais linawin upang sa ating paksa ngayong hapon, ay maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking messenger. Type nyo lamang ang facebook.com/popsmacalino o maaari din kayong tumawag o mag-text sa numerong naka-flash ngayon sa inyong screen. Maaari din kayong magbigay ng inyong komento o mga tanong sa ating FB Live sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at sa kanilang YouTube channel. Sa puntong ito, tayo ay magsisimula na sa ating paksang aralin. Ang ikatlong modelo ng pambansang ekonomiya ay tinatawag na pamilihang pinansyal, pag-iimpok at pamumuhunan. Ito ay nagpapakita ng dalawang pangunahing sektor, ang sambahayan at bahay kalakal. Sa modelong ito, isinasaalang-alang ng sambahayan at bahay kalakal ang kanilang desisyon sa panghinaharap. Bakit at paano? Hindi ginagamit ng sambahayan ang lahat ng kanyang kita sa pamimili. Samantala, hindi lang pangkasalukuyang produksyon ang iniisip din ng bahay kalakal. Bukod sa pamimili at paglikha ng produkto, ang pag-iimpok at pamumuhunan ay nagiging mahalagang gawain pang-ekonomiya. Nagaganap ang mga nasabing gawain sa mga pamilihang pinansyal or mga financial market. May tatlong pamilihan dito sa ikatlong modelo ng paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya. Ito ang pamilihan para sa mga salik ng produksyon, pamilihan para sa mga tapos na produkto, at ang ikatlo naman ay para sa pinansyal na kapital. Nag-iimpok ang mamimili bilang paghahanda para sa hinaharap. Hindi nito gagastusin ang isang bahagi ng kanyang natanggap na kita. At ang bahagi ng kita na hindi niya ginastos ay tinatawag nating Very good. Tinatawag natin itong impok or savings. At ito ay inilalagak ng sambahayan sa pamilihang pinansyal. At kabilang sa naturang pamilihan ang mga bangko, kooperatiba, mga insurance companies, pawn shop, at stock market. Sa bahagi naman ng bahay kalakal, hindi lamang pagtubo ang iniisip nito habang tumatagal ang panahon. Ninanais din ito na mapalawak ang negosyo sa iba't ibang panig ng bansa. Ang pagtatayo ng mga branches ng kanyang mga negosyo ang kanyang tinatahak o ito yung kanyang mga pinaprioritize. Patuloy naggaganda ang negosyo nito kung lalawak ang sakop ng kanyang produksyon. Ngunit, maaari hindi sasapat ang kanyang puhunan sa pagpapalawak ng kanyang negosyo. Dahil dito, maaaring manghiram ang bahay kalakal ng karagdagang pinansyal na kapital sa pamamagitan din ng mga pamilihang pinansyal. May napansin ba kayo doon sa ating paikot na daloy na ating dinidiscuss? Magaling! Sa sambahayan, hihiram ang bahay kalakal sa pamamagitan ng pamilihang pinansyal. So manggagaling pa rin yung hihiramin niya, kaya lang ang mamamagitan dito yung pamilihang pinansyal mula doon sa inimpok ni sambahayan doon sa bahay kalakal. At babayaran ito ng interes ang kanyang hiniram na puhunan. Ang paghiram niya ng puhunan ay may kapakinabangan sapagkat sa paglawak ng kanyang negosyo ay pagtaas din ng kanyang kita. Ang isang bahagi ng interes na binabayaran ng ng bahay kalakal ay magiging kabayaran sa sambahayan. Kumikita ng interes ang sambahayan mula sa kanyang pag-iimpok, mula doon sa kanyang nilagak doon sa mga bangko. Ito ay dahil nagagamit ang inilagak nitong ipon bilang puhunan din ng bahay kalakal. At para sa sambayanan, ang kanyang interes na nakuha mula sa pamilyang pinansyal ay kita para sa kanya. At para naman sa bahay kalakal, ito ay isang mahalagang gastusin. Makikita natin sa figura ng paikot na daloy ng pambansang ekonomiya sa ikatlong modelo, nagmumula sa sambahayan ang mga salik ng produksyon. Nagmumula dito yung gaya ng lupa, kapital, entrepreneur, at paggawa na gagamitin naman ng bahay kalakal bilang kaniyang input sa paggawa ng mga produkto. Ang mga tapos na produkto ay ibebenta naman ito sa bahay kalakal or sa commodity market na siyang bibilhin din ni sambahayan. Babayaran ng bahay kalakal ang mga salik ng produksyon mula sa sambahayan gaya ng sahod para sa mga manggagawa, kita ng entrepreneur, tubo at interes sa kapital at upa o renta bilang kabayaran sa lupa. Ang salaping makukuha ng sambahayan ay siya ring gagamitin upang makabili ng mga tapos na produkto. Ngunit sa pagkakataon na ito, ang sambahayan ay hindi lahat gagasusin o ibibili ang kanyang kita. Bagkus ay maglalaan ito upang makapag-impok sa mga pamilihang pinansyal. Samantala, ang bahay kalakal naman ay nag-iisip na mapalawak ang kanyang negosyo o kaya naman ito ay hihiram sa pamilihang pinansyal bilang karagdagang kapital. Ang pakinabangan na ito na natamo sa bahay kalakal ay babayaran ng interes dahil sa pagtaas ng kita nito kapag lumawak ang kanyang negosyo. Ang pag-iimpok at pamumuhunan ay hindi orihinal na gawaing pang-ekonomiya. Kaya makita natin sa figure kanina na meron tayong mga lines na hindi kamukha doon sa ating paikot na daloy, dahil nagkakaroon ng pagpaplano para sa hinaharap ang mga naturang aktor. Ito ay nagaganap dahil yung mga broken lines na mga nakita natin na doon sa diagram kanina, dahil ang sambahayan at bahay kalakal ay meron kasi mga iba na hindi nag-impok, 'di ba? Meron ding mga ibang bahay kalakal na hindi na sila gustong magpalawak or magtayo ng mga branches. So hindi lahat ay pwede nating masabi na nagpupunta doon sa mga financial institutions para mag-impok or para mangutang. Okay? Tandaan din natin na ang pag-impok o savings ay kita na lumalabas doon sa ekonomiya. At ang pamumuhunan naman ay nagbabalik nito. Nagbabalik ito doon sa paikot na daloy. Ang pamumuhunan ay oras, enerhiya, o bagay na ginasto sa pagnanais na ito ay magbunga ng mga benepisyo sa loob ng isang nakatakdang panahon sa hinaharap. Sa ikatlong modelo din, makita natin na ang kita ng pambansang ekonomiya ay maitatakda sa kabuuang gastusin ng sambahayan at bahay kalakal. Kasama din dito ang gastusin ng pamumuhunan ng bahay kalakal. Ang isa naman sa pamamagitan ng kabuuang kita ng sambahayan at bahay kalakal at kasama na rito yung pag-iimpok. Samantala, ang paglago ng pambansang ekonomiya ay nakabatay din sa pagtaas ng produksyon. Mahalagang punto rin ito sa ikatlong modelo sa mga nabanggit natin doon sa last nating discussion na ikalawang modelo. Ngunit may mga karagdagang dala ang pagsulpot ng mga gawain gaya ng pag-iimpok at yung pamumuhunan. Ang paglago ng ekonomiya ay nakabatay din sa paglaki ng pamumuhunan. Upang maging matatag ang ekonomiya, kailangang may sapat na ipon ang sambahayan. Kailangan din na may sapat na dami ang bahay kalakal na handang mamuhunan na kung saan tataas ang produksyon ng mga kapital na produkto. Inaasahan na darami ang mabubuksang trabaho para sa paggawa. Sa ganitong modelo ng ekonomiya, mahalaga na maging balanse, yung pag-iimpok at yung pamumuhunan. Sa ating mga ginigiliw na mga mag-aaral na nanonood ngayon sa atin sa Facebook Live at sa ating YouTube live streaming, kayo ba ay nag-iimpok na din? O may balak kayo na mag-impok? Sa panahon ngayon na patuloy na tumataas ang presyo ng mga pangunahing pangangailangan mula sa pagkain, damit, tubig, kuryente, renta ng bahay, gas at iba pa, kailangan tayong magtipid, mag-impok at iwasan yung paggasta ng sobra-sobra upang tayo ay makaipon ng ekstrang salapi. Pero ang tanong, Magagawa ba natin ito? Lalo na bilang isang mag-aaral, may mga oras na nakakalimutan o hindi na natutupad ang mga ito. Bakit? Kapag nagkayayaan ang barkada na kumain sa labas, o kaya naman mamasyal, o kaya naman sa panahon ngayon dahil nga limitado yung ating paglabas, napapadalas yung pag-add to cart natin doon sa mga online shops. Tandaan natin na ang pag-impok ay maaaring sa alkansya o sa mga bangko. Nagsisimula ang pag-iimpok lalo na ng mga kabataan sa pamamagitan ng mga piggy banks. Ngunit, tandaan natin na mas mainam pa rin na mag-impok sa mga bangko. Bakit? Magaling. Dahil ang pera na idineposito sa bangko ay tutubo ng interes. Tama. Ikalawa, ligtas ang pera mo sa bangko. Dahil ligtas ito sa mga magnanakaw, sa anay, sa sunog, sa baha, at iba pang kalamidad. Iniingatan ng bangko ang pera para sa kapakanan ng mga depositor. At ito ay sinusubaybayan ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, ang pamamahala sa bangko. Ang perang nakadeposito sa bangko ay nakasiguro. At ikatlo, ang naimpok sa bangko ay makatutulong sa iba at sa pag-unlad ng ating ekonomiya. Sa pamamagitan ng pagpapautang sa mga negosyante mula sa mga perang idiniposito ng sambahayan sa mga bangko. Ang pamahalaan din ay nagkakaroon ng pagkakataon na makagamit ng mga pondong lokal sa halip na umutang pa tayo sa labas ng bansa. Ito ay sa paglulunsad ng iba't ibang proyekto sa pag-unlad katulad ng mga kalsada, tulay, at iba pang mga infrastruktura. Alright? Tandaan natin na kapag mas marami ang mga mamumuhunan, mas lalong lalaki ang produksyon at mas marami ang kakailanganing salik ng produksyon na magmumula sa sambahayan. Kaya naman ito ay magdudulot ng karagdagang kita rin para sa atin, karagdagang ipon ulit. Kapag mas maraming mamumuhunan, mas malaki yung kita natin bilang mga consumer, bilang mga nasa sambahayan. At the same time, tayo din ay mas lalaki yung ating ipon na mailalagak natin sa mga pamilihang pinansyal. Ang maraming gawaing ekonomiya na pinondohan ng pautang mula sa pag-iimpok ay tumutulong sa pag-unlad ng ekonomiya. Ang isang matatag at lumalagong ekonomiya ay nangangahulugan ng higit na maraming hanap buhay na magbibigay sa bawat pamilya ng sapat na pagkain sa kanilang mesa. Mabuting pabahay, pangangalagang pangkalusugan at edukasyon. Magkakaroon ng mabuting pamumuhay para sa lahat. Okay, sa ating susunod na episode ay ating tatalakayin ang ika-4 na modelo sa paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya. Ngunit bago yon, ay nais ko munang sagutan ninyo ang ating gawain sa inyong learning activity sheet. Gawain number 2 na makita nyo ngayon sa ating screen. Na may panuto ito na iguhit ang ikatlong modelo ng pambansang ekonomiya. Ito yung ating diniscuss ngayon. And then, pagkatapos yung iguhit ito, sagutin ang gabay na tanong na naka-flash ngayon sa inyong screen. Question number 1, paano nakakaapekto ang pag-iimpok sa paikot na daloy ng ekonomiya? Okay? Question number 2, bakit mahalagang mapataas ang produksyon at pamumuhunan sa bansa? Okay? At bago tayo magtapos sa ating talakayan, ay meron din akong inihanda dito na maikling pagsusulit upang malaman ko kung kayo ba ay nakinig o kung kayo ba ay natuto sa ating paksang tinalakay sa hapon na ito. Ito ay tatawagin natin ulit na fact or bluff. Okay, sagutin nyo lang kung ito ay fact or bluff. Maaari kayong mag-comment sa ating comment section, no, sa ating Facebook Live. Question number 1. Ang bahagi ng kita na ginastos ay tinatawag na impok or savings. Is it a fact or a bluff? Kung ang inyong sagot ay fact, you are correct. Okay, number 2. Ang pag-iimpok at pamumuhunan ay orihinal na mga gawain pang-ekonomiya. Is it a fact or a bluff? Kung ang inyong sagot ay bluff, tama ka ulit. Okay, so number 3. Ang mga bangko, kooperatiba, insurance companies, pawn shop at stock market ay mga halimbawa ng pamilihang pinansyal. Is it a fact or a bluff? And the correct answer is fact. Very good. Para sa ating pang-apat na bilang, upang maging matatag ang ekonomiya sa ikatlong modelo, kailangang balanse ang pag-iimpok at pamumuhunan. Is it a fact or a bluff? And the answer is fact. Very good. At para sa ating last number 5, nagpapakita ng tatlong sektor sa ikatlong modelo ng pambansang ekonomiya. Is it a fact or a bluff? Ang ating sagot ay bluff. Bakit? Dahil dalawang sektor. Meron tayong dalawang sektor at tatlong pamilihan sa ating ikatlong modelo. Okay, there you have it. Sana lahat ay tamang-tama ang inyong mga kasagutan. No? Isumite ang inyong sinagutang learning activity sheet sa inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan gamit ang inyong Facebook Messenger. Picturean nyo lang ito and then isend sa inyong AP teacher. Ito ay para sa mga may access, no, sa internet. Sa mga walang access naman ay maaari nyong ipadala or kung kayo ay vaccinated na, maaari nyong idala sa inyong paaralan ang inyong mga sinagutang mga gawain. At syempre, huwag pa rin nating kalilimutan na sumunod sa ating mga safety protocols. Ano yung mga yon? Of course, pagsusuot ng face mask, palagi ang paghuhugas ng kamay, at physical distancing. At meron pa tayong ika-4 ngayon. Ito ay dapat pagpapabakuna natin. Alright? At sa ngalan po ng Araling Panlipunan Grade 9 broadcasters at scriptwriters, kami po ay taus-pusong nakikiramay sa pamilya, kaibigan at sa buong pamunuan ng RTV at ng DCTC po sa pagpanaw ng ating mahal na Congressman Charlie Coa. Alright, inaasahan ko na kayo ay natuto sa ating talakayan ngayong Huwebes ng hapon. Muli ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Ma'am Pops Macalino, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli.
Filipino.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Mas Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki, Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
your partner in education this time of pandemic.
I'm back! This is Sir Z, your teacher broadcaster.
Magandang araw mga kapantas!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo.
Afternoon, everyone. Hello, learners of Tarlac. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Today's subject is TLE9, particularly agri-crop production. And I'm teacher Giselle Tua, your guide for today. Before we start our new lesson, please make sure you are in a quiet and comfortable spot so that you can hear my voice clearly. Also, you have your compendium of notes for this week and WHLP or weekly home learning plan, as well as your pen and notebook so that you may take down notes to remember as we go along with the lesson. Are you ready now? Great! Be sure you are in a good learning environment so you can listen to the topic very well. First, let us have a brief discussion of our past lesson. Do you still remember our past lesson? Okay, very good. Last time we discussed about the methods of planting crops in the farm. Can you identify the first method of planting crops in the farm? Very good. We have two methods, and the first one is the direct seeding or direct sowing. It is a method of planting in which seeds are directly planted on the ground in the farm or any growing surface. Now, how about the last method of planting crops in the farm? Great job! All of your answers are correct. Lastly, we have transplanting, which make use of pre-grown plants or vegetatively clones.
The term transplanting is also used to refer to the practice of replanting an already established plant in one location or moving it elsewhere. I'm glad that you still remember our previous lesson. Are you all ready now for our new lesson? Let's begin. Open your compendium of notes in Agri-Crop Production 9 on page 21. We will focus our discussion on the different designs of irrigation system. But before that, let us first discuss what is irrigation. When we say irrigation, it means it is the application of controlled amounts of water to plants at needed intervals. Also, it is an artificial application of water to the land to increase the crop yield. And lastly, it is necessary in arid areas or during a period of inadequate rainfall. Now let's proceed to the different functions of irrigation system. Is it very important to know the different functions of irrigation system? Do you have an idea why do we need to irrigate farm? You've got it right. Here are the functions why do we need to irrigate farm. For the primary functions of farm irrigation system, it is used to supply crops with irrigation water in the quantities and at the time it is needed. Also for the specific function, we have number 1, diverting water from the water source. Number 2, conveying it to the individual field within each farm. Number 3, distributing it within each field. And lastly, number 4, providing a means for measuring and regulating flows. As we all know that irrigation is a very important in growing crops in farm, wherein we need to carefully plan system that we will use. And this plan will enable the farmer to lay out the irrigation system in the most cost-effective way. Also, it provides a step-by-step information on essential features of irrigation. Now, what are the 2 systems of irrigation? Can you name them? All right, you have all the idea. The 2 systems of irrigation are, we have number 1, gravity. It is a system of irrigation that requires a dam to direct a water from a stream. And number 2, we have pumping. It is a system of irrigation that uses a pump to draw water from nearby stream or a groundwater supply. Now let us tackle why do we need an irrigation plan? Do you have an idea? Very good. There are 4 reasons why we need an irrigation plan. We have number 1, to generate a material list and evaluate the anticipated project costs. Number 2, the plan provides a step-by-step information on system installation. Number 3, specification, design standard, and work schedules as set out on a plan form the basis of any contractual agreements between the installation contractor and the farmer. And lastly, number 4, the plan provides a record for future references. Let's proceed to lesson proper, which is the different designs of irrigation system. Do you know the different designs of irrigation system? You've got it right. We have 3 main irrigation systems. These are the surface irrigation, sprinkler irrigation, and drip irrigation. Now let us identify the first method of irrigation. We have the surface irrigation system. Water is supplied to the field in either controlled or uncontrolled manner. Also, it is either in the entire field is flooded or basin irrigation, or the water is fed into small channels or furrows, or strip of the land borders. And under surface irrigation, we have the basin irrigation. Basins are flat areas of land surrounded by low bands. Also, basin irrigation is commonly used for rice grown on flat lands. And lastly, in general, the basin it is a method that is suitable for crops that are unaffected by standing in water for long periods. These are the examples of basin irrigation. Also, under basin irrigation, we have the suitable crops. These are the rice crops and crops which are broadcast such as cereals. And always remember that in basin irrigation, it is generally not suited for crops which cannot stand in wet or waterlogged condition for longer periods than 24 hours. Another irrigation is under surface irrigation is the furrow irrigation, which furrows are small channels which carry water down the land slope between the crop rows. Also, the water infiltrates into the soil as it moves along the slope. And this method is suitable for all crops or row crops that cannot stand in water for long periods. And these are the examples of furrow irrigation. Now, what do you think the two types of furrow irrigation? You've got it right. The first type of furrow irrigation is the furrow irrigation by cutting the ridge. And this is the example of furrow irrigation by cutting the ridge. Another type of furrow irrigation is the furrow irrigation with siphons. And this is the example of furrow irrigation with siphons. And under furrow irrigation, we have the suitable crops. These are the row crops such as maize, sunflower, sugarcane, soybean, also the crops that would be damaged by inundation such as tomatoes, vegetables, potatoes, beans, and lastly, fruit trees such as citrus and grapes. Lastly, under surface irrigation, we have the border irrigation, wherein the borders are long, sloping strips of the land separated by bands. They are sometimes called border strips. Also, irrigation water can be fed to the border in several ways by opening the channel bank, using small outlets or gates, by means of siphons or spills. These are the examples of border irrigation. Okay, are you still with me? Now let's move to the second method of irrigation, which is the sprinkler irrigation. Sprinkler irrigation is similar to natural rainfall. Water is pumped through a pipe system, then sprayed onto crops through rotating sprinkler heads. Also, the pumps supply the sprinklers, and operating conditions must be designed to enable a uniform application of water. These are the examples of sprinkler irrigation. Now, do you have an idea what are the types of conventional sprinkler system? There are three types of conventional sprinkler system. We have letter A, fully portable system. The system that is designed to be moved from one field to another or other pumping sites that are in the same field. Letter B, we have the semi-portable system. Water source and pumping plant are fixed in one location. Other components can be moved. Letter C, we have the fully permanent system. Permanent laterals, mains, sub-mains, as well as a fixed pumping plant. Remember that in sprinkler irrigation, there are suitable crops that we must know. And these are the following. We have soybean, onion, potato, cabbage, garlic, and cotton. Lastly, for the methods of irrigation design, we have drip irrigation. It is sometimes called trickle irrigation, and it involves dripping of water onto the soil at a very low rates from a system of small diameter plastic pipes fitted outlets called emitters and drippers. Water is applied close to plants so that the only part of the soil in which the root grows is wetted. Under drip irrigation, there are suitable crops, wherein drip irrigation is most suitable for row crops such as vegetables and soft fruit, wherein tree vine and vine crops where one or more emitters can be provided for each plant. Generally, only high-value crops are considered because high capital costs of installing a drip system. These are the example of drip irrigation system. Did you get it? Great! Okay, my dear students, are you still with me? So let us have a brief recap of our topic for today. Can you identify what is irrigation? Yes, great job. When we say irrigation, it is the application of controlled amounts of water to the plants at needed intervals. Also, it is an artificial application of water to the land to increase the crop yield, necessary in areas or during a period of inadequate rainfall. Now, can you differentiate the three methods of irrigation? You've got it right. There are three main methods of irrigation system. First, we have the surface irrigation system. It is the application of water by gravity flow to the surface of the field. Second, we have the sprinkler irrigation. It is similar to natural rainfall. Water is pumped through a pipe system, then sprayed onto the crops through rotating sprinkler heads. And lastly, we have the drip irrigation. It is sometimes called trickle irrigation, and it involves dripping water onto the soil at a very low rates from a system and small diameter plastic pipes fitted with outlets called emitters and drippers. We also discussed the three main types of conventional sprinkler system. Now, can you identify the three types of conventional sprinkler system? Very good. Let us have the three types of conventional sprinkler system. Letter A, we have the fully portable system. The system is designed to be moved from one field to another or other pumping sites that are in the same field. Letter B, we have the semi-portable system wherein water source and pumping plant are fixed in one location and other components can be moved. And letter C, we have the fully permanent system, permanent laterals, mains, and sub-mains, as well as fixed pumping plant. Hopefully, you have learned something new from our topic for today. If you have questions about our topic for today, please feel free to ask. Now, let us see how much you have learned from our topic for today by answering the following. Kindly get a piece of paper and a pen. This is a multiple quiz choice wherein you need to choose the letter of correct answer. It only consists of 5 items. And write the correct answer. I will read the question twice. Are you all ready? For number 1, what do you call the system that is designed to move from one field to another or other pumping sites that are in the same field? Letter A, semi-portable. Letter B, fully portable system. Letter C, surface irrigation. Again, what do you call the system that is designed to be moved from one field to another or other pumping sites that are in the same field? Letter A, semi-portable. Letter B, fully portable. Letter C, surface irrigation. For number 2, it is the application of water by gravity flow to the surface of the field. Letter A, semi-portable. Letter B, fully portable. Letter C, surface irrigation. Again, it is the application of water by gravity flow to the surface of the field. Letter A, semi-portable. Letter B, fully portable system. Letter C, surface irrigation. Number 3, these are small-scale schemes and constructed with the participation of farmer beneficiaries. Letter A, semi-portable system. Letter B, communal irrigation system. Letter C, surface irrigation. Again, for number 3, these are small-scale schemes that constructed with the participation of farmers beneficiaries. Letter A, semi-portable system. Letter B, communal irrigation system. And letter C, surface irrigation. And for number 4, it is sometimes called trickle irrigation. It involves dripping water onto the soil at a very low rate from a system of small diameter plastic pipes called emitters and drippers. Letter A, drip irrigation. Letter B, communal irrigation system. And letter C, surface irrigation. Again, it is sometimes called trickle irrigation, and it involves dripping water onto the soil at a very low rates from a system of small diameter plastic pipes pitted with outlets called emitters and drippers. Letter A, drip irrigation. Letter B, communal irrigation system. And letter C, surface irrigation. And last but not the least, number 5, we have it is similar to natural rainfall. Water is pumped through a pipe system, then sprayed onto the crops through rotating sprinkler heads. Letter A, we have semi-portable system. Letter B, communal irrigation system. Letter C, drip irrigation system. Again, it is similar to natural rainfall. Water is pumped through a pipe system, then sprayed onto crops through rotating sprinkler heads. Letter A, semi-portable system. Letter B, communal irrigation system. And letter C, drip irrigation system. Now let us check the answers. Here are the answers. For number 1, we have letter B, fully portable system. Number 2, we have letter C, surface irrigation. Number 3, letter B, communal irrigation system. Number 4, letter A, drip irrigation system. And number 5, letter C, sprinkler irrigation. Okay, count the number of correct items. For those who got a perfect score, congratulations, and you did a great job. For those who got 4 to 3, very good. And for those who got 2 and below, still okay. Don't lose hope and keep trying. And please get your module and review your answers for today. That was a great learning experience with you. Hopefully you enjoyed our lesson for today. Thank you for listening. I will be glad to be with you again on our next episode with another exciting topic. I would like to end by saying success is no accident. It is a hard work, perseverance, learning, studying, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you are doing or learning to do. And let us all remember, in TLE we have skills, knowledge, and progress. Once again, this is Teacher Giselle Tua of Anastasio G. Yumol High School saying thank you and God bless us all.
Impormasyong may kalidad, serbisyong may halaga, saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. On air. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Online. Ano mang uri ng pamumuhay. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Sa bawat hagupit na dala ng kalikasan, matinding pinsala ang hatid sa mga bayan at sa mga tinamaan, tanging pag-asa ang kanilang pinanghahawakan. Ipamalas natin ang tunay na diwa ng bayanihan. Let us help as one. Ibahagi ang pakikipagtulungan sa mga sinalanta ng Bagyong Odette. Tulong ka Pinoy. Tulong ka Pinoy. A project of Ascenso Kapinoy Foundation Incorporated in cooperation with Radio Pilipino and 1FM. Ang anumang donasyon ng bawat isa sa atin ay napakalaking regalo na para sa ating mga Kapinoy na naging biktima ng Bagyong Odette. Amin po itong ipadadala sa mga typhoon-ravaged areas. Kaya sa mga nais tumulong, maaari po kayong magdeposito sa Ascenso Kapinoy Foundation UCPB account number 2010-30038-685 o pwede nyo ring dalhin sa aming himpilan. Tulong ka Pinoy. Tulong ka Pinoy. Tulong tayo ka Pinoy. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, bisitahin ang Radio Pilipino o 1FM Facebook page.
Para sa'yo, ano ang COVID-19?
Virus.
Malungkot.
Pagkawala. Pandemya.
Ito ay isang korupsyon. Ito ay isang pahirap.
COVID-19 para kanyak kat peligro.
Sa nga pandemic, makurit nga magka-pandemic kaya makaradlok ito nga sakit halimbawa sugod ito ng virus nga nakasulod na aton, delikado ito parte ang mga tao.
Pandemic, ngayon para kung dapat ito nga distruso habang sa kalibutan.
Ikaw, paano ka makakatulong?
Para makuha natin ito nga mga pandemic, kinakailangan po protocol, social distancing, may dakita face shield, nganhin, may face mask.
Make sure na itamang prepare nga food, naka-guidelines siyahan cleanliness, tapos pinapalo na mo itong social distancing.
So kada kung driver ako, nagpong kami mga barrier para sa motor para proteksyon gihapon, dirila para kung pati nga tatakon pamilya.
Makatulong nga may iwasan iti COVID-19, iti pamamagitan iti pagsunod ko, iti health protocol kan hanak arumwa DJ Balaymi. Sa gagayam ni Peter Amigable, salamat.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radio Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
This is my story.
Ano ang kwento ng buhay mo? Malungkot? Masaya? May kababalaghan? O puno ng aksyon? Ang bawat kwento ng kapwa nating Pilipino ay mahalaga. This is my story. Sama-sama nating ibahagi ito upang magbigay aral at inspirasyon sa ating lahat. This is my story.
This is my story.
Hosted by Mitch Desunia. Tuwing Sabado, alas 3 hanggang alas 4 ng hapon. Mapapakinggan dito sa Radio Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
This is my story.
serbisyoong tagapakinig.
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid.
Aral TarlakHenyo.
RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
At sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac.
Mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
Sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Hello, grade 9 learners! Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac. I'm your teacher broadcaster Rica Joyce Amines, broadcasting live here at Campus Tarlac, giving you a cool-packed learning experience in Music 9. For our second day of airing in music this quarter 3, it is time to learn about the piano music composers of the Romantic period. So get ready, grade 9 learners, as you listen to our discussion and feel the music on the air. Are you ready? Very good. But let us first look back on the lessons that we've had during our first day of airing. You have already discussed the Romantic period and the elements used during this period on the second day of airing. Let us have a recap. With your paper and pen, answer the following questions. You may write the correct answers or you may comment your answers on the comment section on our FB Live RTV Tarlac. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. Number 1. What period is described as a cultural movement that stressed emotion, imagination, individualism, and freedom of expression? What is your answer? If you have answered Romantic period, you are correct. Next number. What music refers to the use of musical ideas or motifs that are identified with a specific country, region, or ethnicity, such as folk tunes and melodies inspired by them? Correct? Your answer is nationalistic music. Next number. What type of texture has 2 or more independent melodies playing at the same time? If you have answered polyphony, very good. You are correct. What is your score for this activity? If you got all 3 correct answers, you have a good memory. As we are about to begin the discussion, get your self-learning modules or learning activity sheet with a clean sheet of paper and a ball pen. Ready? Okay, go! Now that you are ready, let's get started. Remember, your learning task for today is at the end of the lesson. You should be able to explain performance practice, the setting, the composition, the role of composers and performers, and audience during the Romantic period, and of course, relate classical music to other forms and its history within the era. Let's have first our pretest to assess what you already know about the lesson. In your learning activity sheet, Activity 1, you will see pictures of the composers of the piano music. Identify these composers, choose their name inside the box, and write it on the blank space provided under each picture. I will give 15 seconds to answer. Ready? Start! Time is up. Let's check and see your scores for this activity. Were you able to identify picture number 1? What is your answer? If you have answered Robert Schumann, you are correct. How about picture number 2? What is your answer? The correct answer is Franz Liszt. Last picture, what is your answer? If you have answered Frédéric Chopin, you are correct. What is your score for this activity? If you got all the 3 correct answers, very good. You are at advantage for this lesson. If you did not get them all correctly, do not worry because this session will help you learn all about piano music of the Romantic period. Now, to begin with, let us listen to this music.
Ready po tayo, ma'am?
Another music, please play the Polonaise. Okay, what musical instruments dominated the music you have heard? Yes, piano is the most dominant music instrument you have heard because that type of music is piano music. All right, let's G and discover the piano music of the Romantic period. Piano music is one of the popular music of the Romantic period. Did you know that it is in free form such as fantasy, rhapsody, ballad, and nocturne? Yes, it is. Piano music of the Romantic period was filled with innovations, and most of the compositions require a high of virtuosity. Wow, that means a great skill in music. Now, let us find out who are the composers responsible for this undying piano music. We still hear up to these days. First show up, no one else but Frédéric Chopin. He was known as the poet of the piano. He was born on March 1, 1810, in Zelezowa, Poland. Frédéric Chopin began to play piano at age 4. He composed Polonaise at the age of 7. Wow, what a bright child! He was considered as a world-renowned pianist and composer. Some of his music is characterized by its beautiful tone, rhythmic flexibility, grace, and elegance. Let us listen and feel the emotion of his composition, Polonaise. What did you feel? Yes, the music is filled with love. His compositions like mazurkas and Polonaise express his love for Poland. Polonaise is a slow dance in triple time that consists of a march or procession. Chopin composed almost primarily for the piano, and some of his most well-known are Fantasy, Revolutionary Etude, and Preludes. Now, let us listen to one of his famous compositions, the Revolutionary Etude. What did you feel while listening to his music? Nice, love for the country, because Revolutionary Etude music was composed as patriotic reaction to hearing the Warsaw, the capital of Poland, had been captured by the Russians, his homeland. Chopin is famous for the following: ballad, mazurka, nocturne, prelude, waltz, impromptu, scherzo, sonata, etude, and polonaise. Again, who was the composer that was known as the poet of the piano? If your answer is Frédéric Chopin, you are correct. Next up is Franz Liszt. Virtuosity is the best word that describes the works of Franz Liszt. Wow, he has a great skill in music. He was known as the virtuoso pianist, a composer, and busiest musician during the Romantic era. He was also known as the musical architect through his symphonic poem by attempting to translate the greatest works of literature into musical terms. And did you know that Franz Liszt displayed remarkable talent at a young age and easily understood sight reading? His father was his first teacher at age 6. At some turning point, Liszt heard the virtuoso violinist Niccolo Paganini performed, so he decided to dedicate himself in becoming a virtuoso pianist. Many of his piano compositions are technically challenging pieces. Some of Liszt's piano works are La Campanella, Hungarian Rhapsodies, Sonata, transcription of Lieder by Schubert, and arrangements of 9 Beethoven symphonies. And his orchestral composition is symphonic poems. Franz Liszt is not just a composer, but he was also known with his generosity in sharing time and money to the orphans, victims of disasters, and the many students he taught music for free. Nice, right? A virtuous pianist with a big heart for everyone. Let us now listen to his music, the Hungarian Rhapsody No. 2, that became most popular and was the basis for the Tom and Jerry cartoon, called the Cat Concerto. As the music plays, imagine Tom plays the piano. able to imagine Tom and how virtuoso he is? Great! Did you know that this composition's mood is dark and dramatic, although it contains some playful and capricious moments? Still, it is open in a dark and dramatic mood with strong low chords, and that is the Hungarian Rhapsody Number 2. Again, who was the composer known as a virtuoso pianist? If your answer is Franz Liszt, great, you were correct. Last but not the least is Robert Schumann. He was one of the famous romantic composers that beautifully combined music and words. He was a composer and music critic and considered himself as the heir to the original creative tradition of Beethoven and Schubert. Robert Alexander Schumann was born in 1810 in Zwickau city in Germany. He spent most of his time with musical and literary circles through the effort of Friedrich, who took some time to teach Schumann how to play the piano. He founded the music journal Musikschrift for Music, wherein he edited and wrote music criticism for his publication. One of his piano works is Carnaval. It is a portrait of a masked ball attended by his allies and his beloved Clara. Let's lend our ears to Robert Schumann composition, Carnaval. What did you feel after hearing the carnival music? Did you feel excited or happy? Great, because characters in Music Carnival is inspired in Italian comedy. Carnival consists of 21 short pieces representing masked revelers at Carnival, a festive before Lent. Schumann gives musical expression to himself, his friends and colleagues, and characters from improvised Italian comedy. Lastly, some of his piano's works are Abeg variations, David Bondertans, which means dances of the band of David, and Kinderszenen, a poetic series of evocations of a child's world. He also wrote over 100 art songs, some of which are Frauenleben, which means a woman's love, and Life in Dichter Liebe, a poet's love. And his orchestral music are Piano Concerto, Overture, Finale, and Concertstück. Once again, who was the famous romantic composer that beautifully combined music and words? He was also a music critic. If you have answered Robert Alexander Schumann, very good. You are correct. There you have it. The three composers and their compositions of piano music in the Romantic period. Let us now cover up the discussion. Piano music is in free form such as fantasy, rhapsody, ballad, and nocturne. Frédéric Chopin, known as the poet of the piano, virtuoso pianist, was Franz Liszt, and Robert Schumann was a composer and a music critic as well. For your evaluation, answer Activity 3, Analyzation of Music. You must analyze the music according to its composer, texture, tempo, and mood. Each music will be played for about 1 minute. Encircle the correct answers on your learning activity sheet. Then right away, we will check your answers and be honest. Okay? Listen carefully as you analyze its composer, texture, tempo, and mood. Please play music number 1. Our next music is the music of Carnival. And for our last music, the music of Hungarian Rhapsody number 2. Got it? Let's check your answers. For music 1, Polonaise, answers are A. Frédéric Chopin as composer. Texture is C. Polyphony. Its tempo is C. Fast. And the mood is about love. Love for the country. For music number 2, the Carnaval, answers are C. Robert Schumann as composer. Texture is C. Polyphony. Its tempo is B. Moderate. And the mood is B. Comedy. And for music 3, Hungarian Rhapsody number 2, answers are B. Franz Liszt as a composer. Texture is B. Homophony. Its tempo is C. Fast. And the mood is C. Dark or dramatic. Have you got all the correct answers? Congratulations! You learned a lot today. If you have wrong answers, you can always read back in your notes or self-learning modules and your MAPE teachers are more than willing to give you clarifications. Okay? Pack up, and we're done with our discussion of piano music and romantic period. It has been a tuneful learning for all of us today. I hope you learned a lot. This has been your anchor teacher in Music 9, Ma'am Rica Joyce Emines, saying never stop learning because life never stops teaching. Thank you for listening. Keep safe and have a great day.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Poson para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam. We are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sabayang naririnig sa DZTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Alam niyo ba na ang kinikilalang Guinness Book of World Records holder bilang pinakamaliit na commercially harvested fish ay isang sinarapan? Ito ay matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas, sa Lake Buhi sa Bicol River. Isa itong uri ng goby na may transparent na katawan na may sukat na 12.5 mm. Alam mo na, yan ang sinarapan.
Alright, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am Arthur Gomez Soto, your nurse broadcaster for today's special episode for Health Hour. Muli, isang mapagpalang umaga po sa ating lahat, lalong-lalo na po sa ating mga tagapakinig at tagapanood. Napaka-special po ang araw na ito dahil malalaman na po natin ang tamang impormasyon tungkol sa nalalapit na COVID-19 vaccination sa edad na 5 hanggang 11 taong gulang. At syempre, napakapalad po nating lahat, no? Dahil andito po ang isa sa mga school nurse ng ating kagawaran ng edukasyon mula sa ating probinsya ng Tarlac. Ladies and gentlemen, give her a virtual clap, Nurse Jennifer S. Ong. Nurse Jen, magandang hapon po.
Yes, magandang hapon naman sa iyo, Nurse Arthur, no? So bago ko simulan ang aking discussion, gusto ko lang batiin ang ating School Division Superintendent, Dr. Rolando A. Pozon, ang ating Assistant School Division Superintendent, Dr. Armando Capili, and Dr. Maria Vega, ang ating Chief Educator Supervisor, Dr. Paulino Depano, and Dr. Noel Linsao, ang ating Medical Officer 3, Dr. Marie Len Manalo, ang ating Public District Supervisors, District Education Program Specialists, Division Office Unit Heads, ang ating Senior Education Specialists, School Heads, Teaching and Non-Teaching Staff, ang ating mga mag-aaral, at syempre ang lahat ng nanonood at nakikinig ngayong hapon na ito. Isang maganda at malusog na hapon sa inyong lahat. Muli, ako po si Jennifer Ong, isa sa mga DEPED nurses ng ating probinsya o natinalaga na magbigay ng basic information regarding sa COVID-19 vaccination sa edad 5 hanggang 11 taong gulang. Alam mo ba, Nurse Arthur, na simula nung nagkaroon ng COVID-19 vaccination program sa ating bansa, sinabi ng ating Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte na lahat tayo ay magkakaroon ng safe, effective, and free vaccines for all Filipinos. At sinabi niya rin na magkakaroon ng equitable access for poor countries and communities. So ang ibig sabihin nun, lahat tayo ay may oportunidad na magkaroon ng additional protection at mapigilan ang pagkalat ng COVID-19 infection sa ating bansa. At sinabi rin ng ating mabuting Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr. na ang implementasyon ng COVID-19 vaccine program sa ating bansa ay hindi lamang responsibilidad ng national government, kundi ito ay whole of government and whole of nation approach. Ibig sabihin lang nun, dapat tulong-tulong ang lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno at lahat ng Pilipino upang maging successful ang programang ito para din matapos ang pandemya, di ba?
Ayan, so yun nga ma'am, no, Ma'am Nurse Jennifer, napakaganda kasi ang ating presidente, no, na ipakita sa atin na equality, health for all, and then also to our secretary, Carlito Galvez, na kung saan talagang kailangan ng bawat individual ang kooperasyon para sa ganun ay maisakatuparan natin ang parang 0 cases of COVID-19 sa ating Pilipinas.
Tama ka dyan, Nurse Arthur. At alam mo ba, nung nagsimula ang COVID-19 vaccination program, nagkaroon tayo ng prioritization sa ating mga target population. Nauna, dyan ang ating mga frontline health workers. Sumunod dyan ang ating mga senior citizens, patients with comorbidities. Ibig sabihin, ito yung mga individual na merong mga ibang sakit. Then, sumunod po ang ating mga uniform and essential workers, ang ating poor population, rest of adult population na edad 18 years old and above. At sumunod din ang ating pediatric population na 12 to 17 years old. At syempre, ang ating ang hinihintay ngayon na vaccination for children age 5 to 11 years old. Alam mo ba, Nurse Arthur, na dito sa vaccination ng 5 to 11 years old, merong tatlong bagay or tatlong impormasyon na gusto ko talagang maalala ng ating mga tagapagpakinig at lahat ng mga nanonood. Unang-una, ang COVID vaccine, katulad ng mga ibang bakuna, ay nagbibigay ng additional protection against COVID-19 infection. Ibig sabihin, sabi ng mga eksperto sa ating mga studies, pag nagkaroon ka daw, pag nabakunahan ka ng COVID-19 vaccine, mape-prevent niya na magkaroon ng severe infection. At according din sa Philippine Medical Association and ating Pediatric Society of the Philippines, na mape-prevent ang multi-system inflammatory syndrome na pwedeng mag-lead sa kamatayan. At syempre, potentially din ma-reduce ang transmission ng COVID-19 infection sa ating community na syempre makakatulong din para makapag-return na tayo sa ating normal activities. Syempre, di ba, lahat tayo gusto na natin magkaroon ng face-to-face activities. Tama ba, Nurse Arthur?
Ayan, so itong implementation for our vaccines for age 5 to 11 years old ay napakagandang susi, no? Para sa ganun ay maisakatuparan nga dun sa ating pagmimission, lalong-lalo na dun sa ating eventual expansion ng face-to-face. Kaya naman, alam naman natin lahat, no, ang immune system ng ating mga bata or ang ating mga kabataan ay medyo mababa. So for this COVID-19 vaccines ay isa siyang tulong para sa ganun ay ma-boost ang kanilang immune system and against also to other infections.
Tama ka dyan, Nurse Arthur. Ang pangalawang impormasyon naman na gusto kong alalahanin ng ating mga nakikinig ngayong araw na ito, a smaller vaccine dose will be given. So, ang ating food FDA ay nagbigay ng emergency use authorization sa Pfizer na brand wherein mabibigyan ng 10 micrograms na concentration ng ating 5 to 11. Pero kung papansinin niyo, nagkaroon tayo ng Pfizer brand din sa mga nabakunahan ng 12 years old and above. Actually, mas mataas ang concentration niya, which is 30 microgram compared sa ating mga mababakunahan for 5 to 11. Wherein 10 micrograms, wherein 0.2 ml ang ibibigay kada turok sa mga bata na 2 doses din, pero meron tayong 3 weeks interval from the first dose. Diba yung mga 12 years old and above is 0.3 ml na 2 doses and 3 weeks din interval. So sa ngayon, 0.2 ml ang maibibigay sa ating mga kabataan.
Ayan, so yun dun sa 5 to 11, no? Correct me if I'm wrong, Ma'am Jen, no? So kapag dun sa 5 to 11 natin, 0.2 ml ang ibibigay natin, okay? Meron siyang 2 doses na interval ng 3 weeks. Dun sa ating namang 12 years old and above, which is 0.3 ml, okay? Tama, 30 micrograms, na kung saan meron din siyang same na 2 doses and meron siyang 3 weeks na interval. Tama ba ako, Nurse Jen?
Tama ka dyan, Nurse Arthur. At para mas madali at hindi mahirapan ng ating vaccination team, ang Pfizer for 12 and above ng ating mga target population, ang kulay ng lalagyanan ng bakuna ay may purple cap, habang ang mga 5 to 11 years old is orange cap, para mas madaling ma-distinguish kung para saan yung para sa 5 to 11 years old.
Wow, ang ganda, no? Ayan, so we are very thankful sa Pfizer, no, na kung saan talagang distinguish, kasi baka kasi iisipin ng mga magulang na sabay-sabay yung 5 to 11, 12 years old and above, hindi natin alam, especially for those nurses na nagbibigay ng ating vaccines na ano ba, orange ba, violet, na kung saan talagang in-specify ng Pfizer kung ano yung talagang intended for 5 to 11 and also for 12 years old and above. Tama ba, Nurse Jen?
Tama ka dyan, Nurse Arthur. And syempre, yung pangatlong impormasyon na gusto kong iparating, na ang COVID-19 vaccine is safe and effective. Alam mo ba na may grupo ng mga eksperto na nag-usap-usap bago sila magbigay ng recommendation sa ating gobyerno kung pwede bang mabigyan ang ating mga target population. Ito ay binubuo ng ating vaccine expert panel, ang ating Philippine FDA, Health Technology Assessment Council, ang National Immunization Technical Advisory Group, and ang National Adverse Event Following Immunization Committee. So, nakita natin na talagang pinag-iisipan nilang mabuti na hindi lang siya isang beses pinag-isipan, maraming beses bago silang magbigay ng rekomendasyon sa ating gobyerno. At yun nga, noong December 22, 2021, the FDA issued the emergency use authorization for Pfizer. So Pfizer lang yung brand na binigyan ng EUA sa ngayon para mabigyan ang COVID-19 vaccine ng ating mga kabataan na 5 hanggang 11 years old po.
Ayan, talagang joint force, Nurse Jen, no? Mula dun sa pag-implementasyon, dun sa pagbibigay ng mga bakuna, dun sa ating delivery, and also dun sa ating dissemination of information, ay talaga namang joint force lahat ng ang ating institutions or ang ating departamento. Para sa ganun ay talaga namang napakaganda nung ating pagbibigay ng bakuna, especially for right now, dun sa ating mga bata from 5 to 11 years old.
Tama ka dyan, Nurse Arthur. At alam mo ba, masaya akong iparating sa lahat ng mga nakikinig at mga manonood na ang Philippine Pediatric Society at ang Philippine Pediatric Infectious Disease Society of the Philippines at ang ating Philippine Medical Association ay nagbigay ng recommendation na dapat mabigyan ang mga kabataan ng 5 to 11 years of age ng COVID-19 vaccination. Dahil nga katulad na nabanggit mo kanina, na ang mga kabataan na sa ganyang edad ay hindi pa ganun ka-develop ang kanilang immune system. At syempre, pwede rin silang magkasakit. At worst, pwede rin silang ma-admit sa mga hospital.
Ayan, so very thankful tayo dun sa mga department na meron tayo, like for example, the Pediatric Society of the Philippines as well as the Philippine Medical Society at ang iba pa na kung saan talaga namang pinag-aralan para po sa ganun. Lahat naman tayo, ang gusto naman natin ay maprotektahan ng ating mga kabataan, especially our young children. Kaya nga po talaga namang maisusulong po natin itong COVID-19 vaccinations po.
Tama ka, at para masiguro din na mabigay ng tama ang bakuna at talagang may ifina-follow na uniform na guidelines ng ating vaccination team at ma-inform lahat ng mga concerned na agency, ang Department of Health ay nag-draft ng Department Memorandum number 2022-0041 or yung operational guidelines kung paano maibigay, ano yung mga consideration para sa pediatric population na vaccination for the ages 5 to 11 years old. So actually, Sir Arthur, alam mo ba na ang guidelines nito ay halos katulad din naman sa mga magbabakuna ng Pfizer sa 12 years old and above. Ang pinagkaiba nga lang dito, katulad na naibanggit ko kanina, is yung formulation ng bakuna na ibibigay. Kasi mas smaller yung dosage na ibibigay natin sa ating target group, which is yung mga 5 to 11 years old na may parental consent and child assent.
Ayan, so additional lang yun, no? So napakaganda itong Department Memorandum number 2022-0041 na kung saan it will now serves as our blueprint tayong mga nagbabakuna, yung mga bibigyan ng mga bakuna ang mga magulang. So napakaganda, Nurse Jen, itong ating Department Memorandum number 2022-0041 na kung saan ay magiging basihan po natin at also guidelines po.
Tama ka dyan. At sigurado nagtatanong yung mga magulang, ay paano kaya yung mga anak ko may sakit, ganyan-ganyan. Pwede kaya sila mabakunahan? Alam mo mga katulad ng mga naunang Department Memorandum na nabigyan ng mga Pfizer vaccines or ibang bakuna, kailangan ng medical certification sa isang licensed doctor ang mga sumusunod na nakikita nyo sa inyong screen, which is yung medical complexity, genetic conditions, neurologic conditions, metabolic and endocrine diseases, cardiovascular diseases, obesity, HIV infection, tuberculosis, chronic respiratory diseases o yung mga sakit sa baga natin, sakit sa bato, sakit sa atay, at ating mga immunocompromised individuals. Sila yung mga nagkikimotherapy at nagdadialysis. Actually, meron tayong mga available na mga IEC materials o yung information, education, communication materials na available po sa ating DEPED Facebook page and also sa ating DOH page po. And syempre, sigurado, nagtatanong sila, no, ano kaya yung lahat ba talaga ng 5 to 11 is kailangan mabakunahan? Actually, hindi naman po, per schedule po yan. Dahil merong mga bata na edad 5 to 11 na pwede pong ma-reschedule ang pagbabakuna kasi under sila ngayon ng quarantine o isolation dahil sa COVID-19. After po nun, pwede na po silang ma-reschedule at hintayin na lang nila siguro ang advisory ng kanya-kanyang local government unit. Ang mga sanggol naman na edad 4 years old, sanggol at mga edad 4 years of age, sa ngayon, wala pa tayong binababa na mga guidelines na pwede na silang mabakunahan. Sa ngayon, ang mababakunahan pa lang sa susunod na mga araw at linggo ay ang mga edad 5 to 11 years of age. Siyempre, yung mga bata din na mga may allergy sa sangkap ng bakuna, katulad ng polyethylene glycol or yung PEG, or yung polysorbate. So, ito yung mga, baka sabihin, ano ba yun? Napaka-technical naman ng term. Actually, yun yung mga component na meron sa ating mga cosmetic products like lipstick.
Ayan. So going back, no, Nurse Jen, dun sa mga possible o dapat kailangan ng mga medical certificate. And we are very thankful, Nurse Jen, to you, no, na kung saan ipinakita mo sa amin kung ano yung mga possible at dapat merong mga medical certificate kapag sila ay pupunta dun sa ating mga vaccination site, no? Kasi baka naman kasi ang daming mga parents na ganyan na nag-aalala na yung anak ko meron siyang sakit sa bato, mga ganyan, na kung saan talaga nangangamba, no, na kung saan ay ayaw nang ipabakuna yung kanilang anak. Pero sabi mo nga kanina, by the use or sa tulong ng ating mga licensed physician, they can be able to give them the certificate para po sa ganun ay mabakunahan ang kanilang mga anak. And also itong mga hindi maaaring bakunahan, no, na kung saan ay pinakita mo sa amin para sa ganun ay talaga namang aware ang mga parents with regards on these restrictions. Thank you.
Tama ka dyan, Nurse Arthur. Siyempre, pag gusto rin nating mabigyan impormasyon ang ating mga viewers, ating mga tagapagpakinig, kung ano yung mga dapat gawin bago, habang at pagkatapos ng pagbabakuna laban sa COVID-19. So unang-una, bago magpabakuna, ano yung mga dapat na gawin? Siyempre, kailangan kumain ng tama at masustansya, hindi lamang ng batang babakunahan, pati nung kasama niyang parent or guardian. Pangalawa, dapat uminom sila ng sapat na tubig at matulog ng sapat at siguraduhin nakapagpahinga sila. Kasi baka mamaya pagdating nila sa vaccination site kung saan ginaganap ang pagbabakuna, ay bigla silang mahimatay, bigla silang manghina, bigla silang mauhaw. Kasi 'di ba, pag yung hindi ka nakapag-prepare ng gano'n, baka bumaba po ang ating mga resistensya.
Ayan, yun ang nakakatakot, Nurse Jen. Baka naman kasi nahilo yung bata right after the vaccination, hindi pala na-prepare ng maayos ng magulang yung kanyang anak. Like for example, hindi pinakain ng maayos, hindi siya nakatulog, hindi nakainom ng sapat na tubig, no? Kaya nga ito, we are very much thankful once again, no? Ano yung mga dapat tandaan bago magpapakuna ang bata?
Tama ka dyan. And syempre sa araw naman ng pagbabakuna, ano yung mga dapat dalhin? Syempre dapat, di ba, meron tayong pina-follow from DOH na Vida Solution Plus. So, di ba yung bawal ang walang face mask. So, dapat naka-face mask po ang ating bata and of course yung kasama po niyang magulang or guardian. And maaari din po sila magdala ng sarili nilang hand sanitizer or alcohol. Kahit doon sa mismong vaccination site, meron din pong alcohol na nandoon. Pero magandang may sarili, di ba po? At magdala rin po ng sariling ballpen para din syempre isa rin yun sa mga ways para po maiwasan ang transmission. Next naman po is kailangan lang nilang dalhin yung mga dapat na dokumento nagpapatunay na sila ang magulang at yung proof ng filiation or yung proof ng relasyon nila sa bata or kaanak sa pagitan ng bata at magulang or ng tagapag-alaga. At syempre ang medical certificate kung sakaling may sakit yung isang bata.
Ayan, muli, maraming salamat dun sa mga informations na kung saan dapat dalhin ng ating mga magulang, no? Kasi base dun sa experience namin sa school, nung nagbakunahan kami ng 12 to 17 years old, ay may mga magulang na kulang yung mga informations or mga documents na kanilang dala. Kaya yun po, no, pinapaalala po namin dun sa mga kailangan na documents na dadalhin ng ating mga magulang. And also, I guess, Nurse Jen, no, we can post to our FB page kung ano pa yung mga possible na mga IDs or valid IDs na pwedeng dalhin ng ating mga magulang para sa ganun ay talaga namang concrete. Kasi hindi tayo basta-basta nababakuna na lack of information or lack of documents. Tama ba ako, Nurse Jen?
Tama ka dyan. At malaking tulong na magpo-post po tayo sa ating social media. Mabigyan din po ang copy ang ating mga teaching and non-teaching staff. Actually, yung pinaka-basic na data lang naman na document na kailangan nilang dalhin, isang government-issued ID plus original or certified true copy ng kanilang birth certificate ng kanilang anak or yung PSA. Yun yung maka-basic. Pero yung mga alternative naman na dokumento, tama ka, ipopost na lang natin sa ating Facebook page.
Ayan, thank you.
And next naman, syempre, di ba, pagdating natin sa mismong araw ng bakuna, dapat alam din natin kung anong i-expect nating itsura or magiging proseso sa mismong vaccination day para hindi tayo mabigla at pati yung bata hindi ma-stress. So, ano po ba ang proseso ng pagbabakuna? So, first po is meron po tayong registration wherein doon, ito na rin po ang ating waiting area. Dito pa lang po, chinecheck na po ng member ng ating vaccination team kung kompleto po ba yung na ang dokumento na dala po ng ating mga magulang or ating mga guardian. At dito din po, i-check na rin po ng ating kung tama po ba yung naidala o hindi. Next po ng registration is ang ating health education and informed consent assent. Dito po, ina-explain po ng ating vaccination team kung ano po ang benepisyo, kung ano po ang risk and possible na maramdaman ng isang bata after po niyang mabakunahan. Actually po, ganito po ang itsura ng pediatric vaccination. Informed consent and assent form po na ibibigay po sa mismong araw ng vaccination day. So katulad na ibanggit ko, i-double check din po nila dito yung mga dokumento na dinala po ng ating mga magulang or guardian. Usually nga po, which is yung isang valid ID or yung original or certified true copy ng birth certificate ng PSA. So next po doon, di ba, is yung health screening and assessment. Kitang-kita mo naman, no, sa dinidiscuss ko, Nurse Arthur, na talagang mabusisi ang pagbabakuna. Hindi lang porket na sila ang next sa target group, agad-agad pagdating nila sa vaccination site, di pa sila nakapikit, di pa sila nakaupo, natusukan na sila. Hindi yun ganon. May proseso tayong ginagawa. Which is, ang next step nga after ng health education and informed consent assent is ang ating health screening and assessment, which is ginagawa rin to ng ating mga members ng vaccination team. So talagang i-make sure nila na yung bata ay talagang pwede na mabakunahan nung araw na yon. So i-check nila kung tama ba na pasok sila sa age group na 5 to 11 years old. At lahat ng checklist na yan ay titingnan nila at i-validate talaga nila para talagang makasiguradong safe yung na mabigyan yung bata sa mismong araw na iyon. So after naman ng ating health screening and assessment, ay magkakaroon na tayo ng vaccine administration. Ang vaccine administration, ang ating nabigyan lang ng EUA sa ngayon, o yung emergency use authorization, ay ang ating Pfizer na vaccine, which is yung orange na cap na 0.2 ml na merong 3 weeks apart from the first dose. So yun po, pwede siyang itusok sa braso or pwede sa hita, pero usually po sa braso. Then after po nun, wag po munang uuwi ang ating mga bata at ang kanilang mga magulang dahil meron po tayong tinatawag na post-vaccination monitoring kung saan maghihintay po sila or mamomonitor po sila within 50 minutes to 30 minutes po. At dito po uulitin na naman ng ating vaccination team kung ano yung possible na maramdaman ng isang bata after po niyang mabakunahan. Which is ano po ba ang dapat nilang i-expect na common reaction. First po is sumakit, namula, nanigas kung saan sila nabakunahan. Which is kahit ano pong bakuna, ganoon naman po ang magiging reaksyon. Una po is pwede po nating cold compress or yung bimpo na medyo malamig. Then after a while, ang ating bimpo na medyo maligamgam. Tapos pwede rin pong magkasakit, medyo sumakit ng ulo, medyo mabigat yung pakiramdam, which is normal na reaction din po yun ng katawan. So if ever po, kasi hinahanda lang ng katawan or nagpapakalakas lang yung katawan para mabigyan ng additional protection laban sa COVID-19. So if ever na magkaroon po ng ganun, pwede lang po mag-take ng paracetamol based po sa timbang ng isang bata.
Ayan. So as I looking at the step-by-step process or procedure, no, Nurse Jen, dun sa pinakita mo na from the registrations down to the post-vaccinations, napakaganda talaga namang pinag-isipan na kung saan para sa ganun ay talagang napakaganda nung daloy nung pagpapabakuna sa ating mga estudyante or dun sa ating mga bata. And then also, nabanggit mo din no dun sa mga usual or yung magiging sintomas right after ng vaccinations na kung saan talaga namang kasi minsan kasi sinasabi bakit yung iba walang sintomas, yung iba naman nagkaramdam sila ng lagnat, mga ganun. So tama ba ako, Nurse Jen, na depende yan sa response ng katawan ng pasyente?
Tama. Ito hindi ibig sabihin na hindi siya nakaramdam ay hindi po siya epektibo or kung nakaramdam siya is may something wrong. Hindi po. Case-to-case basis po yan. Depende po sa katawan ng isang tao. And siyempre, there's Arthur, no? Marami kumakalat sa social media. Believe din talaga ako sa imagination ng mga tao. So, tandaan na alamin natin ng tamang impormasyon. So, hindi ibig sabihin na very sikat ngayon ang ating all of us are dead ay totoo na binabago ang DNA ng mga nabakunahan. Nalalaman ng fetal cells, microchip, or animal products. Naglalaman daw siya ng COVID-19 virus. Hindi po. Ito po ay protection level sa COVID-19. And naapektuhan daw ang fertility. So wala pong mga pag-aaral na naglalabas. Ganun po ang magiging end product pag nabakunahan po. So tandaan po, ligtas at epektibo po ang bakuna na ibibigay po sa ating mga bata. At syempre, ang ating mga teachers and ating mga listeners, ating mga parents especially, so tandaan po sana meron po tayong, bigyan po natin ng gabay ang ating mga bata. So tanungin po natin anong nararamdaman nila regarding sa bakuna. Alamin po natin at i-acknowledge po natin kung ano yung nararamdaman nila. Kaya very important po na ipaalam po sa kanila ang detalye ng pagbabakuna para alam nila yung i-expect nila, ipaliwanag kung bakit kailangan nilang mabakunahan. At syempre, gumawa po tayo ng plano kung ano yung gagawin natin sa mismong araw ng bakuna. Alamin po natin yung magiging schedule natin, kung anong oras, kung ano po yung mga dapat dalhin. At pwede rin po tayo mag-ensayo bago sa mismong araw ng bakuna. Kunyari, babakunahan natin yung kanilang teddy bear or yung kanilang Barbie or kunyari yung kanilang kapatid or siya mismo para alam po nila na ay, eto pala ang i-expect nila sa mismong araw ng bakuna.
Ayan, thank you. Para sa ganun, hindi sila matakot, no? There are also, nagkaroon na tayo, I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, Nurse Jen, no, ng pilot testing sa Tarlac Provincial Hospital na kung saan nakita natin na naka-costume yung mga vaccination team para sa ganun, somehow hindi talaga matakot yung mga ating mga estudyante or mga bata. Tama ba ako, Nurse Jen?
Tama. Ayon sa mga kaibigan natin sa Department of Health, naging successful ang pilot implementation ng vaccination kahapon lamang sa TPH, no, sa Tarlac Provincial Hospital, kung saan yung mga edad 5 to 11 na kamag-anak ng mga health workers ang mga nabigyan.
Ayan, thank you very much, no. Siguro to come up or to summarize or to conclude this one, Nurse Jen, can you give us the final words or final saying before we will end our program for this afternoon?
Yes, so gusto ko lang sabihin sa mga nakikinig at nanonood ngayong araw na to na laging sana nating tandaan na ang COVID-19 vaccine ay hindi dapat katakutan, kundi ito'y dapat nating pasalamatan. Huwag basta maniwala sa fake news at tamang impormasyon lagi ang ating kailangan. Sa ngayon, may oportunidad po tayo, no? Maliban sa pagsunod sa mga minimum public health standard para mabawasan ang pagkalat ng COVID-19 infection sa ating komunidad. So, di ba, iisa lang naman ang ating ang goal is tapusin ang ating pandemic at bumalik sa ating normal na activities. So, kaya dapat maging responsible po tayo and gawin ang important role natin bilang Pilipino sa ating komunidad. So, be vaccinated. Yun lamang po. Muli, ito si Nurse Jen at maraming salamat sa pakikinig.
Alright, ayan po, no. Pinagdasal po natin to, Nurse Jen, na napakahabang panahon para sa ganun ay malampasan po natin tong pandemya ang ating kinakaharap. And it is one of the reasons na kung saan ay talaga namang zero cases na po tayo ng ating COVID-19. So once again po, thank you very much, Nurse Jennifer Ong, one of our school nurse at Schools Division Office of Tarlac Province. It was a pleasure to have you with us this health hour. Sana po ay marami po tayong natutunan at napulot na impormasyon sa programang pinamagatang Facts on Pediatric Vaccinations. So this has been your host, Nurse Arthur, your broadcaster. Thank you very much. Stay safe and God bless.
Bye-bye po.
Alam niyo ba na ang whale shark ay hindi isang whale? Ang whale shark o